From the Just Call Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Sabres keep winning 6-3 last night over the Bruins. That is a fourth consecutive win. They've won 12 of their last 14 at home. Tage Thompson leading the way with a hat trick on the night. He's up to 43 now on the season. Needs 7 in his final 6 to reach the 50-goal mark. The Sabres are next in action tomorrow, home again against the Carolina Hurricanes, looking to keep their home wins continuing. The Alex Ovechkin goal chase is over. He reaches .895 against the New York Islanders yesterday, followed by a long ceremony with Wayne Gretzky involved in the league. Ovechkin scoring on the power play to become the NHL's all-time leading goal scorer. College hoops, Florida beats Auburn in the Final Four. Duke blew a 9-point lead to Houston over the weekend, so it's Houston versus Florida tonight in San Antonio. It's an 8:50 tip-off. You can listen to the game here on WGR. On the women's end, UB wins the WNIT at home over Troy. UConn wins the national championship, cruising 82-59 over South Carolina. It's UConn's 12th national championship. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Crisscrossing with Chikrin through center. Send in Wilson on the flank. Cross ice, Ovechkin fires. Score! The chasing days are done! Alex Ovechkin is the greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL.
Hey everybody, good morning. Happy Monday. Gang's all back. Joe's back. I took a week off, then you took a week off.
I was saying, I haven't seen you in a while.
What's Nate doing?
Although I think we golfed.
Should we call Nate? Just wake him up?
How mad would he be? We just cold called him right now.
Yeah. You think he woke up and thought, oh man, now I'm broken. Now my brain's in the wake up early. All right, thanks to Nate Geary for filling in for a couple of weeks. Joe's back. We're all here. Josh here. Owen here. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's going to snow this week. Welcome back.
Yeah, what?
Welcome back.
It was so cold when I got back.
Yeah.
It was in the 80s for a week for where I was. North Carolina and D.C. was hot. And then 35 when I got back.
Yeah, it's nice.
The snowflake on the car showed up. I didn't see any snow, but
at least when you got back yesterday,
Yeah.
It wasn't currently raining. We've had a run here.
Yeah, that's okay. It was raining the entire state of West Virginia on my way back.
Yeah.
Like the whole state felt like it was underwater.
Well, welcome back. You played golf.
Yes, I did. I'm showing up the lid today on the YouTube.
A new lid?
Yep.
I like it.
Played an Arnold Palmer course last week.
It's a sharp lid.
Yeah.
Why isn't the umbrella upside down is the question I would ask. Or is it upside down? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I didn't see an upside down umbrella. I would have been faced with a decision had I seen one though, right. Because I've not made a commitment to buy another upside down hat. I have a Bison's hat. Like I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't need another one. If I saw another one, I would have had to make a decision.
Well,
but
I texted you a story that I'll tell later on in the show. The upside down hat business hit close to home. But anyway, Ovechkin. All right, so who saw it live? I saw it live.
You saw it live?
I was watching live.
I listened live.
Okay.
And then watched it back later.
Josh?
I missed it live.
Missed it.
My phone started blowing up while I was making lunch.
Oh?
I caught it live.
Caught it live. Very nice. Very nice. For me, I'll tell my story first. You guys each want to tell your stories about. I mean, here's the other part. I got emotional, and I had no idea that was coming. I'm watching the all of it. I'm in my truck by myself, which you're watching a hockey game on your phone in your truck. I'll get to that in a minute. But as it's happening, I find myself being like, "Whew, man, this is a moment. This is pretty cool." They kept showing the highlight. And if you're watching the Ovi cast, which was that the only one, the Ovi cast? Was there a regular broadcast that I was not? I was watching the split screen one.
There might have been an available one on ESPN Plus because
Okay.
I've seen video of some stream someone was offering, I think ESPN, where like there's a third of the screen committed to just Ovechkin and then 2/3 of the screen to the game.
Okay, the one I was half and half.
Okay.
So, and it's funny because if you watch that feed, you just watched Ovechkin, you might have watched him, I don't know, do an awful lot of coasting. Like, whatever. It is what it is. Like, he's jumping in the zone and trying to score goals. I'm not picking on him. So, on that feed, watching him, they're going to a power play. Like, all right, jackpot. When they called the penalty, the arena goes nuts. I'm in my truck about to go in to hit the simulator. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stick here for the power play. It's a power play.
Yeah.
So I'm going to sit here by myself and watch this power play on my phone. And just watching him, you can, the way the camera works, the camera that's ISO'd on him when he takes the shot does not follow the shot. It's just on him, locked on him. So I'm watching him. I see, it was like playing NHL's Be a Pro mode, right? Where you're just following the one guy. The puck comes to him. He shoots. And I hear the call of the goal, and I see the celebration. I've still not actually seen how the puck went in the net.
Oh, okay, but you know it's happening.
Right? Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So he kind of reaches back for it and slingshots it in, and he goes nuts. And man, I felt so lucky to have seen it. Live, because I'm driving, I'm out. All right, fine, power play. Let me check in on this power play, and then bang, there it was.
Yeah, it's something you wanted to see live.
Yeah. For me, it's right there with seeing Mark McGuire hit his 62nd home run.
Yeah.
When the McGuire chase of 1998, you guys were all too young for that probably, right? All of you?
Yeah, I'm 3.
Okay. Well, I'm in college. And, man, that's nuts.
These two aren't even alive yet?
No. I wasn't born yet.
98?
No.
Yeah. McGuire's chase for, and McGuire and Sosa to chase Roger Maris's record, like that was, months and weeks and down to, all right, he's got 61. And they're playing tonight. Whenever he would get up to bat, you're cutting in on ESPN, or all the games are live. And I'm in college with all my roommates, sitting around the dorm watching that game. And that moment to me was so much like Ovechkin's goal. Same thing. Here I am. I'm watching. Bang. There it is. It's awesome.
Yeah.
What a moment.
Awesome. I don't know that I have a previous moment that compares to that record. Because, like what? When Brady breaks the passing record, it's not like everyone huddle around your TV because Brady's about to break that record. So for me, it was that. Like every group chat I'm in is blowing up. Everyone's watching a couple of nights before too. When he's at home against Chicago, did you throw that game on when he was 1 away with 10 minutes to go?
I did. We were all at home, and he scored early. And yes, we were. I was on hat trick watch.
Right. Well, that one I didn't really think about it going into the night because he was 3 away. But same thing. Like I just have a text group where everyone's talking about Ovechkin, so I'm assuming, and then I look like, oh, he's got 2. Throw the game on. How much time's left? There's 10 minutes left, and I am glued to that. So I listened live. I didn't watch it live, but I listened live, and the home radio broadcast was awesome. I think it was cool to hear, the hometown, play-by-play guy be able to call it. I did. So our next stop after the goal happened, and then they do the ceremony, you hear Gretzky speak. We pull over, we stop for something to eat in Pittsburgh, like just outside of Pittsburgh. And we're sitting down in this restaurant, and I'm like, okay, now I'm going to watch the goal. I'm going to watch the goal, and then we were trading off. I drove like 6-7 hours. She was taking the next shift. So my wife is about to drive after that. I'll watch the long ceremony after, because it was like 20 minutes.
It was a long ceremony.
Gretzky talked forever.
It was a long ceremony.
I thought someone, and I watched after the fact, like, someone going to take the mic from Gretzky? He just won't stop talking. He's talking about the Islanders and Butch Goring. He's telling stories at this point.
Gretzky might be part of 2 of the worst ceremonies I've ever seen. There's this one, and then there's Gretzky's own retirement ceremony where they drove a truck onto the ice to give him a truck.
Like when he retired from
the
Rangers. NHL?
Yes. When they retired his number.
They gave him a pickup truck.
They gave him a truck on the ice.
Interesting.
Thanks.
Is that really his fault, though? I feel like he didn't have control over that.
What did he do with that truck?
I'm just saying he's been a part of these.
Did he ever drive that truck? There's no way, right?
Who knows?
So I did have the thought, I'm in Pittsburgh at this restaurant, I'm about to watch the goal, and I'm like, oh, Ovechkin. I did look around over my shoulder, like, I'm watching this in Pittsburgh. They're fine, right?
Yeah.
They're all cool, right? Like, Crosby did they had a million different athletes that recorded videos congratulating him, and Crosby was one of them. The goal was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And, of course, if you know, you know. The other reason my phone was blowing up is because everybody is texting me, he did the Afinogenov.
Yeah.
He did the Afinogenov celebration.
The
Superman dive on the ice, which Afinogenov did in Game 5. I have no belief at all that he did that to celebrate him. But, yeah. It was closer to the belly flop that he did in the fountain after winning the cup. I think I saw TJ Oshie reference that yesterday.
Yeah.
Awesome moment.
It was great. Islanders win the game. The funniest thing I thought was going in how the people that attended that game paid, $1,800 to either see Ovechkin make history or just see a random Islanders game.
Random Islanders game,
in which I was kind of rooting for that. You all just paid $2,000 and you just got to watch the Islanders on a Sunday. Congratulations for that.
Warm-up pucks were $375.
What?
Yeah, I saw on Twitter.
How much?
$375 for a warm-up puck from yesterday.
Wow.
Now, before the goal.
Okay, see, I was just going to ask that question.
And now that puck's $2,000?
That is nuts. Right, you're buying low.
Right? I didn't even know you could buy warm-up pucks. They don't do that at Sabres games, do they?
I think they do.
Well, this one they maybe were just doing it because of Ovechkin.
Night. Right.
But you would want the puck Ovechkin shot and warm-up, but you wouldn't be able to know that, whatever. The game... This was something that it was fun experiencing. I have a buddy who lives on near Long Island, and he's in our group chat should I go to this game? And he's looking. Ovechkin's got 2 goals at this point on was it Saturday?
Saturday, yeah.
Against Chicago, Friday or Saturday against Chicago. He's got 2 goals, and he's like, should I buy tickets? They're $300 right now, and we're all like the bet there was he can't score in the rest of this game.
Yeah.
If he scores in the rest of this game, you just paid $300 to go watch a New York Islanders game, like you just said, and that's terrible. So, my logic on that was, I don't think he's likely to score. But the thing you gotta try to guess at is, will it be an empty netter, and does he want it to be an empty netter? I thought the answer to that question was yes. Their next game is on the road. He's going to want to do it at home.
Yep.
He's going to want to do it at home. Gretzky's there, not make Wayne go from D.C. to Long Island, and maybe he can go home, whatever. I thought he's going to want the empty netter, so I wouldn't. And he did not end up buying these tickets. They, by the way, went up to $900 the second after the game ended, so he could have tripled his money. But I guess I was a little surprised that Ovechkin didn't want... He said to his coach, right? He said to his coach on the Chicago game, I don't want it. He didn't want the empty netter. Yeah. And then he said after in postgame, I didn't want it to be an empty netter.
Good for him.
So he preferred it being on the road with a real goal.
Yeah.
The goal was sweet, too.
The goal was sweet.
One leg is 10 feet in the air as he's following through.
Yep. The goal's perfect. It's so many things about him doing it. By the way, give us a call if you want on this, 803-0550. Your thoughts on it, on the moment, on him, whatever. So many things about it are perfect. Joe, what would this have been like if he was half of the player he currently is and scoring, 19 goals a year? And he's 1 away from breaking it, and we've got to wait 6 games. Yeah. Oh, let's check in again. Instead, he's one of the best scorers in the sport still. Mm-hmm. So it's just...
He's on a 58-goal pace, I think I saw yesterday.
He missed a month with a broken leg.
And he still broke it.
Yeah.
Broke the record. Yeah.
Just it's everything about it has been perfect. The fact that it happens at the end of the season, that the drama of it, the moment of it, Gretzky being there, the lead into a weekend where it basically goes, Friday, Sunday. Mm-hmm. It was awesome. And thinking about Gretzky being there, that really did heighten it for me. Watching him be there, and he'd said years ago, if he gets close, I'll go to all the games and I'll be there, because he felt it was important for the history of the sport. So good for Gretzky, good for Ovechkin, just absolutely incredible. There's so many little things about it that I think are fascinating. You're talking about how if you're a fan hoping to go to the Islanders game, you're hoping he doesn't score again. How about if you had tickets to the next Capitals game? You're watching yesterday thinking, please don't score. Just please don't score. Come back home, because they're back home right after this. Instead, he scores on the road. You got to be happy. So it is what it is.
And there were a ton, obviously, 40% Capital fans at least.
Oh, yeah.
In that building. Like it. I mean, the thing is though, it might be tough to gauge that because when he scores, I'm sure Islander fans might have been like, they would have been on their feet clapping same way.
Yeah.
Right. Like even maybe not cheering it like crazy. Maybe they would have. Probably awkward too if you're the away visitor and they just get to take over your building for the entire
I'm
ceremony.
sorry, I was told rooting for someone else to score in your building is wrong and bad karma. Oh, now it's okay?
Uh-huh.
Sorry. What a moment. Owen, you were watching live?
I was watching with my dad, and actually, live might be a stretch. Okay. I had fallen asleep, and I was awoken by my dad going, "There it is!" I shot up, and I saw him diving through center ice, and then saw the replay and everything. It was unbelievable.
Nice.
I mean, what a moment, right? Like,
yeah.
We're never going to see that again, I don't think.
I know. Like,
just incredible.
I did see the pointed out Matthews has a higher goals per game, so he has a shot at it, but he's got to play till 40 and not fall off.
Yeah, I feel like he's also missed as many games as Ovi has in his entire career.
We'll see. No lockouts yet for him though.
Right.
That could be on the way.
Give it time. Yeah.
I think the coolest maybe piece of video I saw, there were a lot of them. Like him with his family was great. Did you see the video of him and Nicholas Backstrom in the locker room after?
Yes.
And like Nicholas Backstrom, who's got to have triple the assists on Ovechkin goals than anybody else ever does. And him getting as emotional as he did, like Backstrom like giving him the biggest hug and like tearing up. And it was tough to hear it. Someone on Twitter was like, it almost sounded like he's like, I'm sorry I wasn't out there for it because he had a career-ending injury.
Yeah.
And I mean, him still, like, even Ovechkin, you could tell, like, him being there, because that's his dude for his entire career. So that moment with those two getting emotional in postgame was, I thought, and Ovechkin grabbed the puck, like when they're taking the photo together, like you were huge in this.
Yeah.
So those two having that moment was the best.
How about we'll get to so much more of this and also talk about the Sabres who won again and appear to be a wagon, maybe? I don't know, whatever.
An April wagon.
It's a sensitive subject. I want to dig into the psyche of everybody here. But whatever. They scored a bunch. Tage had a hat trick, and Boston's free fall continues. So 803-0550, our phone number. We'll get some calls in on this, on the Ovechkin moment. If you saw it live, how you saw it, all that, and any thoughts you want to share with us, we would be more than happy to have them. Paul in Akron. Hey, Paul.
Hey, good morning, guys. That was not a perfect goal, and I just got to say the Islanders missed their chance to do away with the offside challenge. He should have just challenged it, whether it was or wasn't. Just do it. Gary Bettman was there. He would have seen how stupid it is, and they missed their chance, guys. I just wanted to wish you guys a good morning and just say they missed their opportunity. You guys have a good morning.
Thanks, Paul. It is, as you mentioned that, it is funny. Yeah. Because if you remember, you might not remember us telling this part of the story, but the goal was going to be treated by the Situation Room in Toronto, where it was going to be, there's going to be a ceremony, but it won't happen until enough time has passed where the opposing team can't challenge the call. It's very wordy and very awkward. And the moment that goal got scored, what happened? It was like the Caps won the Stanley Cup. Like, check with the Situation Room. Hold on. Nobody celebrate yet. We got to make sure it's okay.
Yeah. You know what I'm doing right now? I'm watching back. The NHL just tweeted out a video of, it's like half the video feed from almost like the ref booth, and the top is like the dots. And I'm watching as they celebrate, as the Caps celebrate, there's the ref. He's skating towards the side, and he's pointing at Patrick Waugh. And I'm watching Waugh. God. I don't think Waugh ever looks down. You know, he's got the TV screens at the bottom. Ref skates over to Waugh. No, maybe he is looking down. He did. Okay, he looked down just to see.
He looked at the iPad?
He's looking at the iPad at the bottom. The ref's over there, like probably making sure, like, you're not challenging this, right? I had that thought before the game, like the night that he didn't score against Chicago, that, like, I thought, like, because there's the story about Colin Campbell and that, like, they'll treat it like any other goal. I asked Lindy when you were away, like, would you challenge it? He's like, I would challenge it. Like, I'd treat it like any other goal.
Unbelievable.
He laughed at it. So maybe in the moment, Lindy would be different. But he said, like, I think I'd have to challenge it. Waugh was someone I thought about, like, oh, this dude's going to challenge it. Just the way he conducts himself behind the bench.
Yes.
That's the coach I maybe didn't want in charge of that decision.
Most likely to challenge it would be Waugh.
Patrick Waugh for sure would challenge it.
Yes.
If it was close, but it wasn't. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it wasn't.
How does it strike you, Sorokin posing for pictures?
Yeah. I think the fact that they know each other and maybe helps a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
You didn't like that part?
I mean, listen, it's fine.
You feel like it's mocking him a little bit? He seemed like he didn't know how to react to Ovechkin thanking him in the speech for letting him score the goal.
That's what I mean. Like, hey, put it this way: if Jerry Rice, he has the record. If Keon Coleman in 15 years sets the touchdown record, there I go. See, I'm making this positive about the Bills, and then as part of the celebration, he and the defensive back are arm in arm. That would never happen.
That would not happen.
That guy would not be like, I'm so glad I was a part of this, man. You roasted me.
No.
Let's take some pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got into a debate with my dad about this. Like, how would you feel about being that goalie? Like, that's tough. And I as a goalie, was like, I would ask to not play the game. Like, I would ask, like, put whoever in. I don't care. I don't want to be that guy. Like, this is going to be all over. And the counterpoint to that is, if you do give it up, like, you're in history for the rest of your life.
Forever.
And it's an incredible moment.
I thought that about Waugh and the Islanders and how they would give their best game of their lives, because the pregame speech would be, if you guys don't want to be a part of history, make sure you just play a really sound defensive game.
Right.
Because this goal is going to be played 20 million times, and you don't want to be the guy that's out of position. So, anyway, I don't think Sorokin has to be investigated or embarrassed about letting a goal up. This guy scored 1 million goals. But he's all smiles about it, and he asked for the stick. He got his stick. There's the jersey swap after a game. That happens. You jersey swap. Maybe people out there don't like that because it looks like everybody's friends and you're supposed to be mad. How about I get to have your stick?
Ovechkin gets Sorokin's stick is weird. That's a weird. And Sorokin doesn't get Ovechkin's stick, right?
Right.
There's no way. That thing, for what that's worth.
The story at NHL.com, Sorokin trades stick for Ovechkin's respect. Here, take my stick, and now you will respect me. Okay. Interesting.
That's weird. Maybe it is something to do. I saw the video of Sorokin also in postgame, and he said he didn't hear Ovechkin on the ice. Like when he was saying something, whispering in his ear, like when they were shaking hands at the end. And he got told in postgame, like, oh, he was thanking you. Like, oh, it's okay. Anytime. Basically was his response. Like, anytime. Like, he didn't really know how to react.
Yeah.
I think the fact that they did, like, they've played for Team Russia before together,
sure.
They had some baseline of relationship helped. Like, if that's Fleury in net, are they doing the same thing?
If that's Patrick Waugh in net, he's fighting him when he says, "Can we get a picture?"
Right. That's my question. If it's any goalie, does it go the same way? If it's Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in net, does it go the same way?
It's a good question. Listen, you're doing your best. You're part of history. You got beat. I don't think you have to be embarrassed, and the fact that forever that's the goal that does it. I don't think it's any sort of mark against your career, but it is kind of funny to think about. Like, oh, you posed for a picture?
Yeah,
you did what?
Then you had to go back out and play after.
I know, right? That's odd too. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. Welcome back. Glad you're having you back. I hope you had a great time. I had to jump in on this. I was thinking about you guys. After the goal was scored, I was like, I wonder if they're paying attention to this as well. This was great. I was bowling and I wanted to get home before the game came on. Got home, put the TV on just in time, and I was getting impatient in the first period. I was like, come on. Of course I can't see it, but I can hear when he's on the ice. And then when I heard the power play, of course, I was like, this is it. And I say he's going to be in the top of that circle, because that's his sniper spot. And when it happened, it was like I jumped off the bed, screamed, loved it. But I think when I got emotional and started crying was when they had the mic'd up, and after he scored the goal, and Melissa was laying next to me, and she says, he went into the Superman, and everybody went crazy, and that's when I just started crying, because it just reminds me of when I was playing hockey with the boys back in the day, and whenever we would score goals, how emotional we would get, and it just brings out the kid in you, you know. And I remember when Gretzky broke the record back then, and I was thinking, you know, I don't think I'm ever going to live to see anybody else break this record. You know, I'm 60 now, so I mean, 31 years later, who knows going to score or break it? I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but it couldn't happen to a better person. I mean, Ovechkin is a solid, productive player all through. You know, stayed with Washington the whole time, and
they also gave a stat, Rob, since they started tracking hits, has he given out the most hits, or like the third most hits? I mean, he's played like a wrecking ball for a long time as well. Maybe not so much now as he used to, but yeah. Thanks, Rob. He's been an incredible player to watch from start to finish. Joe Beninati on the call for the Caps radio network. He was on the call of goal number 1. Saw a clip of side by side. It's Beninati. I forget who the color commentator is, but those two have been together the whole time. Ovechkin's first goal is scored for the Caps. They're wearing the Screaming Eagle jerseys.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Craig Laughlin.
Craig Laughlin. Okay, yeah. Those two have been on the call for like all of them.
The Caps released a video that's like, if you got 2 hours of free time, it's 2 hours of, it's every goal he's ever scored. They have video of every goal he's ever scored. I didn't watch the whole 2 hours. I watched the first 10 minutes, though. Young Ovechkin with the tinted visor and the yellow laces and the Screaming Eagle Capitals jersey was a vibe.
Yeah. Remember how
like throwing himself into, you know about hits. After every goal that dude celebrated for at least the first 3 years of his career, he went full speed and leapt into the glass like he had just scored a playoff goal. Like he had more personality than his counterpart, than Crosby.
Oh, for sure. I mean, almost everybody
a ton
does.
More.
Do you remember how mad some people used to get about the visor and the laces?
Yes.
People used to really get mad.
I loved it.
Yellow laces.
Mm-hmm. I think the celebrating, too, was a thing. Yeah.
8030550 if you have a thought on this. Let's have it. Sabres win. We'll talk about that. Paul joining us at 7 o'clock. We got plenty of football news to get to. But starting with Ovechkin and the Sabres as well. And, you know, I've got an idea for a kind of a silly topic, but your mundane story of something great. How you caught the great moment. Maybe it's happenstance, whatever, me in my truck watching on a phone. You know, you see these great moments, the where were you kind of moments, and this goal, like where this record reigns in terms of all the ones we chase. 8030550, you can give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe, we're both back, up to the draft. 17 days to the NFL draft. If you want to join us, you can on the phones. 8030550 on WGR.
radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Alex Ovechkin breaks the all-time NHL goal record, 895 goals, scoring yesterday against the New York Islanders. Wayne Gretzky there for the ceremony. Ovechkin passing Gretzky all-time. The Sabres winning last night as well. A hat trick for Tage Thompson. He's up to 43 on the season, 6-3 over the Bruins, who sit in last place in the Eastern Conference. That's 4 wins in a row for the Sabres. They'll be back tomorrow against the Hurricanes at KeyBank Center. In college hoops, Florida and Houston advance in the Final Four. Tonight is the national championship in San Antonio. Houston against Florida, 8:50 is tonight's tip-off. UB wins the WNIT for the first time ever at home against Troy. UConn wins the women's national championship, cruising 82-59 over South Carolina. That's UConn's 12th national championship on the women's side. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Played back to the line. Byram's shot is blocked, but it comes right back to him. Throws it to traffic in front. Benson, a couple of whacks. Scores! Tage Thompson finds the puck, and Buffalo's on the board.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the first moments of the game. Brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. That is future NHL goal-scoring record holder Tage Thompson. No, maybe not. He'd have to score a lot.
He was wearing a tinted visor last night, as he has been for half the year at least.
I have a theory I'd like to run by you on the Sabres.
A Sabres theory?
Yeah, very quick Sabres theory.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
I've
only been back for 30 minutes.
It's tame, if you'll allow it. It's tame.
Things that happened while I'm on vacation. The Sabres just didn't lose.
Pretty much.
Just won every game. They became great when I left, I guess.
I'm just trying this on. I'll ask Paul about this. I don't have the facts to back up this opinion. That's Paul who has the facts to back up his opinions, according to the famous liner. The question is simply this, and we'll get back to your calls on Ovechkin and a Sabres thing. So Cousins leaves, Josh Norris comes in, and Josh Norris doesn't play.
No, played 3 games?
And the Sabres are better. Mm-hmm. So the theory is just this. Isn't this a good example of, hey, it's okay to try other things? Cousins was a little bit of one of your sacred cows that never saw the press box, never got scratched.
Always played at least 18, 19 minutes a night.
He's just always there. Yep. It's not working. And the Sabres, for the last couple seasons, have been a team slow to call guys up, slow to put them in spots that matter. Mm-hmm. Oslin's come up, actually, the fourth line. That line did really well, and he said it was maybe their best line. Kulik this year shows up. Well, how's he look? Pretty good. Mm-hmm. Benson getting an elevated role.
Mm-hmm. And that looks very good.
Again, small sample size, but there's a little bit of, you don't have to keep throwing the thing out there that's not working.
Yeah.
You could just kind of mix it up. It's not like Norris has sparked them. Cousins leaving has kind of reshuffled the deck a little bit, and I don't know. There you go. Just a theory for you.
I am open to that being true. I am also open to, this is one thing I looked up while I was away, because there is this sentiment, or is it even said by many, that, the Sabres become, the 97 Bulls the second that they're out of the playoff race.
The 2000 Red Wings?
Yeah. And I wondered, because I feel like that's true too. It does feel like a lot of these years, they fall out of the race, and there's no pressure in March and April when the games don't really mean anything, and they become awesome. And I wanted to look like, how true is that? And it's really only been true twice.
Yeah.
Where their record is significantly better down the stretch than it was, during the season. 2 of those times, though, are with this group. The year that Granato comes in over Kruger, the final month and a half of that season, they're better.
It looks different.
It looks different. There was a coaching change that I guess goes to your point a little bit, though. You change something,
you don't have
and you got better.
Right, you try something.
This year, they're better at the end, March and April so far. And a lot of other years, it's marginal. There are seasons where they are better, but it's marginal. I wonder if it honestly just might come down to less about anything about them, how, oh no, this group, it's all about the pressure that's off of them, and that's why they play better. Is it that, or is it that you get to the end of the season and a lot of teams have given up? A lot of teams are doing what you're doing, which is you're playing guys that are usually in the AHL. You're seeing more backup goaltenders. When you play good teams, they're not going foot on the pedal as much because they're winding up for the playoffs. They win the game the other night. Tampa doesn't show you Vasilevsky. They're probably not playing Vasilevsky as much as they normally would. Why? Because they've got playoff games in 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. So how much of it is about them and how much is these aren't the same teams that you saw in October and November.
Right.
They're not, the pedal isn't all the way down for a lot of them.
Yeah.
And even the bad teams, I don't want to go all in on that because the Sabres are doing it too. Like Tyson Kozak's been playing for a month, right? And Oslin's up and he's playing, and Jacob Bernard Docker's on the second pair. So there's a little of that going on with them as well.
It's a little bit like what you're saying, I think, is it's like preseason. I've got half of the team you started the year with, Boston, and
right. Look at their lineup last night.
Boston.
It is a train wreck. Yeah. That lineup they put out there. Zadorov and Yoki Haru is their number one pair.
Right. Boston has 1 win in their last 10.
Yes.
Dropped
or is it even worse than that? No, they won the other night. So yeah,
it might be worse than that too.
I think it's 1 in their last 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
803-0550 on the Sabres if you want it. And Ovechkin, who set the record, scored against the Islanders. Big ceremony, and the great chase, as it was dubbed, is kind of over. Now every goal he scores adds to his total. Will he get to 900 this year?
He's 5 for after every goal now.
Ooh, what does he need for 1,000? He's 39.
Yeah.
He's 105.
Does he want to go for 1,000? I had a buddy text me.
He's gonna have to need the desire for it because he'll probably have to play till 41.
Okay, yeah,
41 if he keeps this up.
Right.
But he's on a 50-plus goal trajectory.
I had a buddy text me requesting that I put up a Twitter poll. What happens first? Ovechkin gets to 1,000, or the Sabres get to the playoffs. So I appreciated the sentiment.
I saw a stat that when the last time the Sabres played a playoff game, Ovechkin was 595 goals away from the record.
That's a long time.
He had scored 300.
Eric in Lockport. Hey, Eric, what's up?
Morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good.
So on the Ovechkin record, I mean, the thing that really impresses me is if you consider the sport as it was during Gretzky's era. I mean, these coaches were not as obsessed with defense and systems, and the goalies didn't have it down to the exact science that they do today. And, even the defensemen, teams' 5th and 6th defensemen today, are much better hockey players than, what you had back in the day. It's really outstanding that he's been able to do it against the modern NHL, and that to also be at the goal total he is at 39 years old. I kind of started looking through stats to see who else put up any kind of numbers like that at the age. I can't find anybody yet. He's got to be 1 out of 1 there. I will hang up and listen, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. On the point about era and all of it, I mean, I'm snarkily thinking they also didn't take goals away from Gretzky on offside. Does someone want to do that, by the way? Someone want to go back and check which ones were offside and take them down? Mm-hmm. For all the greats? Are we only doing that for current players? I'm glad that didn't happen.
I mean, you look at the era point it's obvious, right? Watch, not to diminish what Gretzky did, the goalies are just a joke, though, back then.
They've been so much better now.
Did you see? So much better.
I saw an interview with Elliot Friedman. He posted it. He's talking to Ovechkin probably, 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. He's interviewing Ovechkin about this record. Mm-hmm. And Ovechkin says, I don't think it's possible to break it. The way the game is played right now, I don't think it's possible. And Friedman says, you might have a look at it. Yeah. It's just funny to watch Ovechkin say, no, I really don't think it's possible to get there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at the other greats of his generation and how close are they? Stamkos is 2008 to 2025. Like it's close enough. There's a couple years missing there. But what he is one of the premier goal scorers of this generation, and he's 300 plus goals away. Like he's not even 70% of the way to what Ovechkin is at. Crosby, who is not a pure goal scorer, is 270 away. And you scroll down the list, Malkin is hundreds away at 400, and Tavares and Kane are 400 goals away. Like nobody's in the same ballpark as where Ovechkin is from this era. Except for, I mean, what do you want to do with Jágr? Jágr played forever.
He did.
But he's up there, but he played in the 90s. The early 90s, especially. So that to me makes it more incredible. The record that he breaks, especially compared to other sport records, like LeBron breaking the all-time point record. I mentioned Brady. Those sports, the way that they have evolved, breeds more offense. So it is easier to break those records. This is, to me, harder, a lot harder for him to break that record than if he had played in the 80s, especially.
Yeah, like they're putting numbers up on the screen. Gretzky had seasons of 92 and 87 goals.
Yeah.
And if Ovechkin had played in the NHL in that year, those 2 years, 92 and 87 for Gretzky, would he have 90 goals?
Right.
It doesn't seem crazy to me at all.
Usually that works the other way around. Usually it's, if Montana played today, he'd throw for 5,000.
Right.
And this is it's the reverse because this sport has gotten more defensive compared to that era.
803-0550, our phone number. Have some stats of the day on Ovechkin when we return. Put some of his accomplishments in proper context. Paul, top of the hour. The Sabres win. Thanks for the early phone calls. People are up and early with us. It's good. It's good. Making phone calls will keep you warm. And if we get enough calls today, I'm told it won't snow tomorrow.
That's how it works.
I can't back that up. We could try. It's a good idea.
It's like It's like groundhog.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be scientifically 100% accurate.
Yes. 803-0550, a new king in the NHL of scoring goals, and the Sabres win as well. Your phone calls, we're hanging out. Jeremy and Joe back together after a couple of weeks, each of us on vacation. We're back. Everybody's back here. Jump in the chat, jump on the phone lines here on WGR.
The NHL record for goals is 894, Wayne Gretzky. Do you ever think about that, being number one ever?
I don't think somebody will beat this record. In this hockey right now, in this league, I think it's impossible.
Impossible to catch Gretzky?
It's impossible.
You could challenge it. You might be able to do it.
I have to have 6 seasons with 50 goals. I don't know if I'm going to be able to skate in 6 seasons. So.
Alexander Ovechkin looking back in time with Elliot Friedman there. Impossible. He's done it. So some OV stats of the day for you. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Stat of the day powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com today. So a couple of them. First one comes from Jesse Pollock from TSN Sports. Met Jesse with Sal up at the Zach Hyman golf tournament.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Ovechkin has scored 18.6% of the Capitals' goals since he's been a Washington Capital. Nearly a fifth. Wow. That's the first stat of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Your next stat of the day, I like this one. It's a little wordy, but it kind of drives it home. And that's since setting the Capitals' all-time franchise record in goals. That's 422. So his 422, sorry, start again here.
Mm-hmm.
The Capitals' record is 473. He set the Capitals' record of 473 in April of 2015. Okay?
Okay.
Since setting the Capitals' record, he has 422. That would be the record for 14 NHL franchises.
Wow. Are the Sabres one of those?
No.
No? Okay.
They are not. Carolina, Columbus, Florida, Minnesota, Nashville, New Jersey, the Rangers, the Flyers, Seattle, Toronto, Utah, Vancouver, Vegas, and Winnipeg.
Wow.
His 422 goals since becoming the Capitals' leading goal scorer of all time would be the record for 14 other teams. And it's pretty good. 895.
I was looking to find how many Sabres would have assisted on Ovechkin goals. There was a guy that's fourth all time in assists on Ovechkin goals, Marcus Johansson.
Yeah, okay.
Who played there a long time. The Backstrom numbers though, he is just far and away. It's just so far and away from the other guys. Although they had a lot of the Oshie's up here, and he was there, right? Oshie was there, I think, last night.
Yep.
Because he talked after the game.
Sabres win. We'll get Paul Hamilton's take on the game and on Ovechkin as well. Hey, a Luukkonen win.
A
Luukkonen win.
Yeah, when's the last time that happened? I mean, was he good? Was he even good? He was fine. Sabres had the puck the whole second period. That helped, I think.
I mean, Reimer has been red hot.
Paul maybe. I have no idea what I want from them in goal this summer. I know what I want. I just don't think it's going to happen. I want them to go find the best goalie in the trade market and go trade for him. But I don't think it's going to happen. It's one thing they haven't done.
You mean a cheap one, not long term?
No,
yeah.
trade. I got to do something with Luukkonen then, though.
Right, and then
my dream is. We thought Hellebuck a couple years ago, right? Some star goalie that could work his way out for some reason somewhere else, and Levi are my two goalies next year.
Right,
and that seems like landing on the moon right now.
Right, Levi's just. Now, how much longer are you going to wait on this? He'll get this year in Rochester, of course.
He did have another shutout the other night. He's lighting it up down there.
Congratulations to UB and the UB women for winning the women's NIT.
It was sold out or was close to it? I had a couple friends that tweeted pictures from their seats, and it looked like every seat in the house was full.
Tight game against Troy. They played twice and both good games. Paul Hamilton, when we return to chat about Ovechkin and the Sabres win and how much of what we're seeing is, legit. Does it matter to have any sort of run here in April? Jeremy and Joe, join us here on WGR.
Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Yet another win for the Sabres. They continue to be dominant at home. 4 wins in a row in total now. 6-3 over the Boston Bruins. They got down 2-0 early and ran away with it after that. Tage Thompson gets a hat trick on the night to lead the way. He's up to 43 on the season. His line with Yuri Kulik and Zach Benson continues to produce. Sabres will next be in action tomorrow against Carolina. We'll talk more about them and the Ovechkin record with Paul coming up next. Alex Ovechkin becomes the league's all-time leading goal scorer. 895 career goals scored against the Islanders on the road yesterday on the power play. Ovechkin, of course, with Gretzky and Bettman, long ceremony after the fact to celebrate the goal. Capitals, by the way, first place in the Eastern Conference, heading into the playoffs as well. College hoops, Florida beat Auburn, and Duke blew a late lead to Houston over the weekend. So it's Houston against Florida tonight in the national championship and the men's side of the college bracket. 8:50 is the tip-off tonight. On the women's side, UB won the WNIT over the weekend at home against Troy in front of a packed house. UConn won the national championship, cruising 82-59 over South Carolina. That's UConn's 12th national championship on the women's side. In baseball, Vlad Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays are reportedly nearing a 14-year, $500 million contract that would likely keep him in Toronto for the rest of his career. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealer.
What a day, huh? Like I always said all the time, it's a team sport, and without my boys, the whole organization, the fans, the trainers, coaches, I would never stand there, and obviously I would never pass a great one. So, fellas, thank you very much. I love you so much. I know Nicholas Backstrom here, TJ Oshie. Fellas, I love you. We did it, boys. We did it. Thank you, Les Sorokin, to let me score 895. I love you, brother. And the last thing, all of you fans, for the whole world, Russian, we did it, boys. We did it. It's a history. Yeah! And the most important thing, to my mom, my family, my beautiful wife, my father-in-law, my beautiful kids, thank you. I love you so much. And without you, without your support, I would never stand here. Love you guys.
Good morning. Alex Ovechkin from Long Island last night after scoring goal number 895. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's back from vacation. We're back. Gang's back together. Paul Hamilton joining us as we talk about last night's Sabres game. And, of course, NHL and sports history from last night with Alexander Ovechkin scoring goal number 895. Paul joining us. His appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
The hockey yesterday, Paul. It was a good day to be a hockey fan yesterday, huh? I mean, if you're a Sabres fan especially, you got a great game at the arena and a great performance from them. But the lead-in was quite nice. The Ovechkin goal, the ceremony, the moment we'd been tracking to.
Well, for once, it worked out well for me where I could watch both, and not worry about it. I was able to sit here at home and watch the Ovechkin ceremony and goal and everything before I had to take off for the arena. So that was nice that the two games didn't overlap or anything like that, especially for my purposes.
Yeah, and the goal happening on national television, right? I saw some of that from Friday or Saturday night when they played Chicago, Paul, that if he breaks the record and it's only on hometown television because they weren't expecting maybe a hat trick before he breaks it, it kind of worked out, right? Afternoon game, national TV, Gretzky there, the way the goal was scored, we didn't have any offside challenge nonsense, right? It was a nice goal, not an empty netter. Just kind of felt like the whole thing worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I had a lot of respect for him when I watched the game before that, and he didn't want to go on the ice for the empty netter. He didn't want it to be that way, and I had a lot of respect for him to not do it the cheap way, and so that was pretty cool that he did that. And then I had a friend actually who bought a ticket for the game like 2 days before the game and only paid like $81, thinking maybe this will be it. Before they found out there's a possibility, and then after he got the 2 goals and there was only one away, seats were going for like $2,000. So you went from $81 2 days before to having to pay like $2,000 if you wanted to get into the place.
Paul, we played a clip of Ovechkin earlier, how he didn't think the record was possible to be broken. Did you think it was impossible for a long time?
Oh, I did. I remember it probably had to have been about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I was on with Andrew Peters and Craig Rivet, and they really railed into me because I was pretty adamant. Like, no, there's no way. He's not going to beat that. There's no way he's going to beat that. And, they both kind of thought, or at least one of them did, but I think both of them thought that, he was going to do it. And I just didn't think at age 39, to me, that's the most amazing thing about it, is here he is at age 39 playing like this. I looked up Jaromir Jagr. I mean, he was still playing well at age 39 and 40 and 41, but he wasn't doing this. He wasn't scoring 39 or 40 goals. He was, scoring in the 20s. And so, he wasn't putting up numbers at age 39 like Ovechkin still is. So that's where I miscalculated. I just didn't think he'd be able to keep putting up numbers like this all the way up through age 39.
Right, and health-wise, that's incredible too, Paul, that he missed a month of this season with a fracture in his leg, and he's got 42 goals. His goal pace is 56 over 82 games. But outside of this year, I mean, he plays hard, right? Like he at least with hitting, right? Like he's one of the top hitting players in the league since he entered when they started keeping those stats. The fact that his body's kind of held up playing that way close to 40 the way that it has, where he's never really missed, again, like this year, he'll end up missing 15 games. That's kind of the most he's ever missed in a season.
Well, look at his body. I mean, he looks like, he's thick from like the neck down. I mean, it's just it's not like a sleek, type of a body you see out a lot of athletes or something like that. He's thick, and he's hard to move off pucks. He is not afraid to come at you and make a hit to take you off the puck. And he's always been that way, and that's the way he's played.
Do you feel that's opposite, not opposite, but different from? I saw some highlights of him early in his career, and man, he could really fly, and he looked obviously a lot slender earlier on in his career. Do you remember your thoughts on him, like his first 5, 6, 7 years in the league, where he was scoring a ton? I mean, he had a season with 65. I think maybe what's helped him too is to kind of have that. The full respect of everyone is that he has the record, but he also did win. Like, he got there, he won in the playoffs, he has the cup. He shedded any of the stuff that was kind of out there about him, maybe when the team wasn't having success early in his career. Like, he's kind of become a fully formed, winner, I would say, on top of just goal scorer.
Yeah, I mean, there are times he can get lost on the ice in the defensive zone. I mean, there have been some famous clips of him just kind of cruising around. So that can happen with him. But, he's still also, when you got a guy who can score goals like him and do the things that he can, you don't get too riled up if, he doesn't back check or he doesn't have his guy or he's coasting or whatever it might be. But yeah, I remember the most iconic goal he ever scored. It's kind of interesting because two of the guys on the broadcast were involved in it. One was Wayne Gretzky, who was coaching the Coyotes at the time, and the other was in goal for the Coyotes, Boucher. And it was the one where he came in, went down, and was rolling on his back, and he swept the puck in on his backhand from his back, and
it should have been worth two.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the most iconic goal he's ever scored, and it was interesting that two of the guys that are most involved in it, Gretzky, because Boucher said, well, I know you were mad at me that I let you down there. He goes, Well, if you want to know a secret, I was let down by some of the other players that let him get there before I got to you.
Yeah. Paul Hamilton joining us. Ovechkin, the king of goal scoring in the NHL and NHL history now. All right, Paul, on to the Sabres, who fell into a hole last night against the Bruins, but end up winning quite easily. It's a Boston team that has been, absolutely dropping like a stone. And the Sabres are playing well. There's a lot of different little numbers you can pull out of it, whether it's their last 10 or their last this or their last 15 at home. The Sabres, from a results standpoint, have turned a big corner here. The question is, I think for everybody, is it real? How much of it is real, and what are you seeing from them?
Yeah, we won't know until next October, really. They've won 7 out of 8, 9 out of 12. And the home record is what's impressive. In the last 14 home games are 12-2, and their last 19 home games are 15-4. They finally, and I don't know when the last time we could sit here and say this, have made playing here in Buffalo more difficult on teams. In Western New York this year, they're 21-13-3, which is much, much better than it's been before. Problem is this all started way too late, they've gone ahead of some people in the standings, but they're on the eve of being eliminated. It's now win them all and lose them all. Montreal has to lose them all, and Buffalo has to win them all. Otherwise, the Sabres are eliminated. So, and that's with this streak that they've played on. But to me, there's been 2 watershed moments for this team. First of all was the getting ahead 4-0 in the first period on Colorado and losing that game. I thought that basically blew their season up after that. And they didn't recover until recently, until the beginning of March when all this started. And where was the watershed moment there? When Thompson got blown up and everybody stood there and did nothing. And, Darlene has talked about it, that since that point where they've met as a team and, Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams expressed their displeasure and had to explain to them how you have to act as teammates, and you have to have each other's backs on the ice and off the ice, and ever since then they have. And they've played much, much better. And they've, I think, discovered that, if we actually play the way Lindy Ruff wants us to play, we are a good team, and we do win. So most nights they do. And let's take yesterday where they got behind 2-0. They were awful with the puck. They handed the Bruins 2 goals, but they at least were getting some chances at the other end. They weren't converting. And at the end of the first period, they were able to make the adjustments, and they came out and played 40 really good minutes and outscored the Bruins 6-1 after that. And they gave Luukkonen at least a chance to settle in goal. Instead of sitting there as soon as he gets in net when he plays 1 game out of 7, he's looking at odd number rushes with Pasternak in the middle of them. And he's overplaying pucks and everything. He never gave him a chance to get in the net and settle down. And he settled down. He made some saves after that. He didn't have to make many. But, I think that's what he needed. He needed to get in goal where he didn't, have everything rolling at him in waves, and get in there and get steady and make some saves and play a better game, in the last 40 minutes. So that's different for them. They weren't able to adjust in the middle of games. If they started like that, they were in trouble. They would just panic and not be able to do it. But one thing this team can do is score goals. And they figured out, okay, if we just stop giving the puck away and keep getting our chances, we'll be able to, get down and have some offense and score some goals. And that's exactly what they did.
Right. The offense is there. They're the list of the top scoring teams in the league right now, Paul. Like the top 9 are the Sabres and then 8 teams that have all clinched playoff spots. Like those are the 9 highest scoring teams in the league. And a lot of that's lately, right? Like 6, 5, 8, 7. These are all results in their last week and a half of play. And that is the thing that does that feel the most real that that's in there, because we had seen that before. Like we saw it for a whole season 2 years ago that this group has the ability to score goals like that. It's just always been more of a question of consistency and defense and special teams.
Well, if you go back to the you look at they're 15-4 in their last 19 at home, and you look at the numbers since then at home. They're the second highest scoring team in the NHL in those 19 games, and it's the only number that they're good in. They're not good they're good 5-on-5, but they're not good in the power play. They're not good on the penalty kill. They're right at the bottom. They're right at the bottom at goals against. But they were second in the league in goal scoring in those 19 home games since that streak started. So it just goes to show you then it's not a question of can they put the puck in the net. I mean, Tuck is knocking on maybe getting close to 40 goals, and the way Thompson's going, maybe he can knock at 50. Who knows? I mean, he certainly is on a huge streak right now. That can he keep it up and get him? So I still, I said this back when he scored 47, and it wasn't looking good for the last couple of years. But I stick by it. I said to Brian before the game started, I think he is a 50-goal scorer at some point in this league. I really do. And he's on a streak now where he has 9 goals in 7 games. And because he has those types of streaks, and I just think at some point in his career he is going to be a 50-goal scorer, whether it's this year or another year.
And he now leads the league in even strength goals, by the way. 36 is the most in the league. He's also doing that, Paul, not to take credit away from Benson or Kulich, because I think they've been really good during the stretch as well, but he's scoring all these goals on a line with a 19 and a 20-year-old.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, and he's enjoying it. He loves playing with Benson. He calls him a rat, and he is a rat. I mean, I looked up the size of the two defensemen on the first Thompson goal. There's Benson standing in the crease, whacking away at the goaltender and at the puck. Both defensemen are standing there with him, trying to get him out of there. One's 6'4", the other is 6'3", and they're both about 215. And neither one of them could win a battle with him. He out-battled both of them and got the puck to Thompson. And even Thompson says it. He goes, it's amazing. He goes, I couldn't believe it. He goes, he's in there. He goes, well, I could believe it because I see him do it all the time. But he said he's in there, and they can't – two guys that are huge can't win battles with him. And all of a sudden, he goes, the puck came out to me, and I got it with basically an empty net to shoot it in. And that's the way Benson rolls these days. And now the question is, can he ever get a scoring touch that he had in junior? He's only 19, so I'm not betting against him. Who knows? He could develop that, and it hasn't really come in the first 2 years, but he's still developing, and his body's going to get stronger. He's still only a 19-year-old. His body's going to be even stronger. So, can he develop some offense? I wouldn't bet against him. I don't know, but I think it's possible.
Paul, should I try my theory on Paul now about Cousins' departure? Paul, as we're talking about Kulich and Benson playing with Thompson and all this, I said to Joe earlier, it's kind of a loose theory, but Cousins leaves and Norris comes to the team, but he doesn't even play. What you've seen in the last, the post-Cousins trade Sabres, guys stepped into slightly different roles, different spots. There was a shakeup made by that move because it's not like Norris has come in and replaced his production. And to me, it's kind of a sign that this was available to them at any time, whether it's guy in the press box or this or that. Young guys coming up, taking on roles, being ready, hungry players in these moments. And it just feels like this is the kind of move they're always a little bit slow to make. And they're getting the benefits of the shakeup now.
Look at and I don't have the numbers right at my fingertips, but look who else is putting up points right now. Peyton Krebs. He had 2 assists in the game yesterday, and he's on a pace of a point a game for not like a huge amount of time, but all of a sudden, I think right now, for the last X amount of games, he's having the best offensive surge of his career. So, and he's shooting the puck and scoring. I mean, look at a couple of the goals he scored recently where he just comes rolling down the slot and he let it go. And it was a good shot. And he scored a goal with it. So, there's a guy right there who would fit what you're talking about. That, ever since that had happened, he's had an expanded role playing with different types of players. And it's finally starting to come together a little bit for him. Again, I can't tell you if it's going to continue. I can't tell you where it's going to go. Just like And it sticks in my mind, you talk about building on what they're doing here. Are they learning how to win? Sure. Are they learning how not to give away games and lose? Yes. Are they there for each other? When there's a scrum, there's 5 guys there every time. They've learned that now. They've learned that if they play Lindy Ruff's way, they can win. But I remember Kyle Oposo telling me more than once that things usually do not carry over from one season to another, because you have different players. That you don't start the season with the same team you ended the season with, and it's been a long time in between games and everything. So you got to pick it up. And he goes, "You're starting off in training camp from scratch," and I tend to believe that too. So, what does this all mean? What will it mean? That's why I say we're not going to know until we see what starts happening in October. How does it carry over? Does it carry over? Did they learn how to win? Did they learn how to play on a consistent basis like Lindy Ruff wants them to? Those aren't questions that we're going to be able to answer until October.
Yeah, the one area, Paul, that I've been thinking about recently, that this stretch that they've been winning. I mean, good to see Luukkonen get a win last night because it had been a while for him. This stretch, a lot of it had been Reimer. A lot of it had been James Reimer. And I saw Brian, I was off, so I didn't hear if this came up on the air, but I saw Brian tweeting this out the other day about Reimer and, should they bring him back next year? Should they even think about it on, a one-year deal? He'll be 37. And I guess I hadn't really considered the possibility he would be back next year until this stretch, because Luukkonen has struggled so much this year, and Levi's been amazing in the AHL, but he struggled here. So, when you put that whole equation together right now, I don't know, where do you land on that? Because goaltending has been, I think, fine in a lot of these wins, but it's been a guy that I hadn't been thinking about being on the team next season.
Yeah, and he's a guy that loves being on this team, and he's been saying it all year. He shouldn't say it since he's gotten into net. He really enjoys these players. He enjoys being here. And you can tell just seeing him after practice and stuff in the locker room. He always has a smile on his face. He's always laughing. He's always interacting. You can tell he's having a good time with these guys and playing with these guys. And I had a conversation on the air with Bulldog about it. And you could always bring him back. And he might do it. You can always bring him back and say, look, you know what we have here in net, the score here, and tell them, look, if it turns out that one of those guys grabs the game, or those guys play well in training camp and look like they're ready for it, we'll waive you. We'll give you the opportunity to go somewhere else. But I wouldn't want not to have him around. I wouldn't want to have to count on both those guys because you just don't know. And that's the shame for the Buffalo Sabres is it looked like at the end of last year they had their goaltender. I mean, the numbers he put up in the last 35 games he played were on top of the league. I mean, he was on top of the league in a couple of those numbers, and he was very close in others. And he played the second most amount of games. And he looked like he had taken the job. And here we are. This year it's been very, very inconsistent. And, now he can't even get in net in games that don't mean anything other than you're trying to figure out how to win hockey games as a team. He can't get in net now. And what does that do for him? He knows the coach has lost confidence in him and only puts him in net on back-to-backs. So... maybe that's an idea. Maybe Reimer would be good with that idea. That, all right, if you need me, I'm here. If you guys decide to get into the season and you don't, okay, put me on waivers and I'll try to find someplace else to play. That might be something he'd be agreeable to.
Paul Hamilton, his eye on the blue and gold, on the gold situation right there. That's brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Great Lakes Building Systems, our business is protecting your business. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
His appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Sabres win, beating the Boston Bruins last night. An explosion of goals. You had all the numbers there. A lot of goals.
Ton of goals. They, again, like the other teams around them in goal scoring are Washington, Tampa, Colorado, Dallas, Winnipeg, Vegas, Toronto.
Yeah.
Carolina. Those are the top 9. All of those teams are amazing. The cup will be won by one of those teams.
Sabres home tomorrow for Carolina. When we return, this is something interesting I found. Roger Goodell asked a team to propose a rules change.
Seems that way.
Thumb on the scale, Mr. Commissioner. He got a team to propose a rule change. Which one it was, and where we go from here. It's coming up. It's not the tush push.
WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres get another win last night, another home win. They've lost at home in like a month. 6-3 over Boston. Tage got a hat trick. He's got 43 on the year. 7 goals in his last 6 games to reach 50 for the first time in his career. He's also now number 1 in the NHL in even strength goals with 36. Sabres will next be in action tomorrow against Carolina. Alex Ovechkin breaks the all-time NHL goal record yesterday against the Islanders, 895, passing Wayne Gretzky, who was on scene for the ceremony after Ovechkin scored the goal. Tonight is the national championship on the men's side for college hoops, Houston and Florida at 8:50. That's tip-off. On the women's side, UB wins the WNIT for the first time ever. They beat Troy at home. UConn wins the national championship, their 12th national championship on the women's side. Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays, reportedly, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN, nearing a 14-year, $500 million contract with Toronto that would likely keep him there for the rest of his career. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Sabres take the space here on entry, and Corpusano can't stop that shot. It popped up into the air. Zucker. 4-3 Buffalo.
One of the Firth moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in life, go forth to Firth. Sabres win, beating the Boston Bruins, who are plummeting to the bottom, will no doubt win the fixed draft lottery and then rise immediately back to the top.
I had not even thought of that. If they
It's not exactly thought to be like one of those lottery years, but whatever.
But even still, although look at the bottom right now, the Sabres are like fine playing themselves out of the bottom. They were for a long time third in like the lottery odds, right?
Yeah.
They right now are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
They've moved up 6 spots.
6 spots. Fine, whatever. I don't care that much. It's not a big year for this anyway. But look at the teams down here: Boston, Philly, Pittsburgh, Chicago. I don't want enough. I mean, Chicago's been bad for a year or two now, but enough of you all. Like, be bad. Be bad for once.
Goodell story in 1 second. You were gone last week, so we brought up this point. I saw a suggestion that the Sabres playing their way out of the top 3 and into like 8 or 9 or 10 is good if you want that pick traded. If you think there's a player you can go get, you're not trading number 2. Nobody ever does. Trading number 8, 9, that neighborhood, that gets traded a lot more than number 1, 2, 3 does. So
that's fair. I can't remember the last time a top 5 pick was traded for like a player.
Almost never happens.
Yeah.
So anyway, Roger Goodell. All right, we've got a story for you here. Happy Monday. We've talked a lot about the Ovechkin chase, the goal, all that great moment in the NHL last night, and the Sabres win. But on Goodell, tease this going to the break because this is super interesting. And actually, to me, Joe, this to me gives a window into the difference between Roger Goodell and Gary Bettman. A big difference. Mm-hmm. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, has this piece. The commissioner wants the revamped playoff seating to make late-season games more compelling. According to multiple sources, he writes, it became clear during last week's league meetings that Roger Goodell wants to eliminate the guaranteed home game. He does not want you at 9-8 to host a team that's 13-4. He does not want that to happen. I happen to agree with him. His preference became clear during the league meeting regarding the proposal that was made by the Lions. And Florio writes, that was at the prompting of Executive Vice President of Football Operations Troy Vincent. So the league office asked the Lions propose this rule change. Mm-hmm. You guys were the ones last year that got the 1 seed, but you almost had to play for it all the way at the end. You guys make this rule change. One source in the room for the session said Goodell became visibly irritated at the resistance to the measure. The goal would be to make late season games interesting. There's no guarantee. Again, there's some scenarios like that Vikings-Lions game that mattered a lot. But the idea is there would be more races in the last few weeks. The division race is over. Houston's already clinched the 4. We wouldn't do the thing where it's, well, what is Houston playing for the next 2 weeks? They still have to earn their home game versus they can just cruise.
Right.
Because the division's a mess.
Right.
So I happen to agree with Goodell. Anyway, the Lions' proposal was tabled until May. As one source put it, Florio writes, items that the league supports get tabled when they don't want to lose. And that is the tush-push and the playoff seeding. The league wants those changed, and because the votes aren't there yet, let's talk about it again in May. And the league will now what? Kind of lean on some owners, try to whip up.
Try to swing votes for the next month.
Yeah, to try and get it over the finish line. And this to me is the difference between Goodell and Bettman. Everything I've ever heard about Gary Bettman and his stewardship of the NHL, because the commissioner works for the owners, we know that. When something is bad, what does Bettman say? Actually, that's amazing.
Yes.
The offside challenge is a disaster. Our fans tell us they love it.
Right.
That doesn't happen. This is bad. Actually, it's the best it's ever been.
I remember when he tried to say that the fans, you can't believe how much we have. The fans love the automated ads on the boards or something. Just like he'll try to convince you of anything.
And here's Goodell, who, granted, it's sourced reporting behind the scenes, but he is trying to steer. You want to say it's for ratings? That's fine. I happen to agree with both proposals, so that's that. But here's Goodell. Yes, he works for the owners, but he is viewing it as I can be someone that leads these old guys in the right direction. These rich old families that have been there forever. Hey, if we continue to evolve, to me, there are a couple commissioners that do this. I mean, Adam Silver has been this as well.
Yeah.
They're not just waiting. They're trying to get out ahead of potential problems.
Yeah.
So I find it interesting that Goodell basically pushed that on, hey, propose this.
Silver seems to get whatever he wants, though. Like and Goodell maybe here isn't. If they table it for next month, we'll see if he gets it through. Right? Like how much power do you actually wield? Because it's often said that Jerry Jones is the one in those meetings that has the most power usually, and that he is he can, if he wants Goodell gone, he can get Goodell gone. But this isn't like something that would be worth, him being ousted as the commissioner. Does he have the power to wield to say, I want these two things in place, so in the next month he's going to actually generate that to make it happen? I'll be curious to see if he actually has it. It's kind of cool that I like that we have a window into what he actually would like to do. When's the last time Goodell's name's been attached to anything league like specific like this? Like he's thrown down the hammer on like suspensions and like personal conduct policy, right? I mean, he how many times did he spend Josh Gordon for marijuana over the years? That hasn't happened recently, but he came in kind of iron fist, like the face of like cleaning up the league on that front, right? Suspending players all over the place. But that's different to me than like you're changing the fabric of like the way the game is played on the field. That I can't remember him putting his name on anything.
Yeah.
Not to say it hasn't happened, but that Silver comes across that way. Like changes the sport wants to make. The in-season tournament was like a brainchild of his. Goodell, I can't remember the last time anything has been attached to him.
Be interesting to track and see if they can get either one of those over the finish line. If it's the tush push, I think the tush push has a better chance than the seeding revamping.
I'm surprised. I really thought there was no chance that was getting banned. And right now, would it be favored to be banned?
Tush push?
Yeah.
It's 50-50. The reporting last week was that it's 50-50 right now on support versus keep it and get rid of it. They need 8 more votes. And maybe the language of the way they do it would get the 8 votes there. 803-0550 to join us. Sam in Rochester on Ovechkin. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Hey, guys. So my dad and I have, one of those just sporting relationships. He got me into sports when I was young, and I was at work all day yesterday, and he texted me when Ovechkin did it. And when you said this morning, you referenced Mark McGuire, and that just sort of like connected a lot of dots for me.
Are you old enough for that, Sam? Are you are seeing that live?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was right in the prime of romanticizing sports. That's why I thought of it, because I was 7 years old, and my dad had it on the TV, and I watched that whole home run race between him and
Sosa.
Who was it? Sosa, yeah. And it was like funny because my T-ball coach called me Sammy Soso, and you know, and it was just like I remember looking at, because I was a very competitive kid, and I remember looking because the camera panned to Maris's family because he wasn't around, but it was his family there, and I remember thinking like, man, they must be kind of sad too, like I wouldn't be happy if somebody broke, my dad's record or whoever's record, and I couldn't help but think the same thing looking at Gretzky, just kind of grinning, like I'm like, man, part of him is probably a little bit destroyed here,
Yep.
and that's how I would be. But anyway, that's all I got.
Thanks, Sam. Couple things on this. So on Gretzky's side of this, I mean, he's still the great one. His number's retired in the league, and he has a million records.
And none of which will be broken, other than this
right.
one.
But didn't Ovechkin get the best one? Isn't that the best one to have?
Yeah, it's the best one.
You can have any. If you could pick any one of the records, that's the one.
You know why it's the best one? Is this just because I've seen, because the Ovechkin chase has happened? I know what the Gretzky moment looks like when he broke the all-time goal record.
Yeah.
He even talked about how Gordie Howe was there, right? Like Gordie Howe did the same thing he did. He followed him around until he broke the record, and there was a big ceremony on the ice in '94 or whatever happened. What's the moment he broke the points record? Anybody know?
The assist record.
Did they have a ceremony for it? They might have.
Yeah.
Just saying the goal record is one.
That's the one
that happened before I was born, and I know what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal record's number one, 100%.
8030550. On that point, quickly about the McGuire chase, there's a book called Summer of '98 by Mike Lupica that I read. And Sam, for you, if you want to relive being a young kid, and you and your dad every night, Mike Lupica tells a story about sliding under his son's door like McGuire hit one, Sosa hit two.
Yeah.
You wake up every morning, his son was young, tracking that chase. And that's what yesterday was for me. It brought me right back to McGuire hitting number 62. I'm in college watching on the TV in the dorm room. So.
I am reminded of there is one other time where not Brady breaking the record, not LeBron breaking the record, where I needed to get to the TV to see the moment of a record being broken. And this is not even a sport that I'm a diehard fan of. I was there. I made sure I was on the screen watching when Bonds broke the record.
Yeah.
When 756, right?
I think so.
I'm watching that live because the home run record's about to be broken.
8030550. Thanks for the phone call, Sam. You can join us here on WGR.
Join Chopin the Bulldog for the 2020
This the one with the lyrics?
Let's go.
No? Okay. Augusta in the springtime, or something like that. It's got lyrics.
We don't need the lyrics.
I don't know the lyrics. Hey, it's Masters Week. Weather today in Augusta, there was thought they were not going to open the course for the practice round, but that has changed. So good news if you had a practice round ticket, yeah.
Nice.
I said last week, one of these years I got to win this lottery and get to Augusta, and I saw a buddy who said, "You're going to hate me. I'm going."
Oh.
And I'm not mad at someone else.
The actual tournament?
Yeah. Wow. They won the lottery. I'm not mad at somebody that won the tournament, won the lottery. I just feel like someday maybe I would do that.
Are you in the lottery?
Yeah, I entered the lottery. Every
Okay.
year I entered the lottery.
0.55%.
Which is not that bad.
That's pretty bad.
I think you're supposed to win 1 out of every 20 years is what Josh said.
It was 200. 1 out of every 200.
1 every 200.
No.
I saw that if you're...
we did this because remember I said we got to get a group of 200 people and then we all put it in. And
I remember someone breaking it down that if you were in the lottery every year for 50 years, you would only have a 20% chance of getting in.
Then how... It feels that's terrible.
Your odds are you'll never get tickets.
Thanks.
What that means though is the day you win them,
I feel great.
It'll be this is actually winning the lottery. Although that's only for the tournament, I think.
Oh yeah, I just want practice round.
Yeah, okay, then I think you're better because Brian went a couple years ago, and I don't think that's 0.5%.
Yeah, I think the practice round is different.
Yeah.
Jeez, what a downer. This is like last week when we asked Josh for some fun facts to cheer us up, and he said Buffalo gets 150 days of sun a year. We're like, that's what? That's it?
That's a terrible job.
I convinced myself.
Hey, 1/3 of the time, the sun's out.
I convinced
considering the
myself
fact that winter is 7 months long, I mean,
yeah.
Man, seeing the sun for a week and then coming back, even we're so close though, right? We're within a month, I think.
Yeah.
Of consistently good weather.
You're gonna wake up to snow.
I left a soccer game early because it was too hot. Which, by the way, soccer, I realize, kind of a tougher sport to gauge if you do want to leave early, when do you leave early? I left when Charlotte FC was down 1-0 in the 75th minute. They're not going to win this game. Also, there had just been a VAR or whatever. They did score, and then they reversed it. And sure enough, we left.
Got to see a review live.
Yeah, sure enough.
Everybody's dream.
We leave, and they scored 2 goals in the final 5 minutes to win. That's a bad beat, I think.
Yeah, it's rough. Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. On Ovechkin's goal from yesterday to set the all-time record and the Sabres, and we'll get some football in here, too. The Bills had their topping up ceremony on the stadium. Maybe some updates on that coming this week. We'll keep you posted. So give us a ring if you want. Jump in the chat. It's the chat's having itself a day, and we'll leave it at that. You can jump on the YouTube chat, watch us there, call us here, whatever you want. 803-0550, some instant trivia coming up, and plenty more here on WGR.
SportsRadio550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres keep winning, especially at home. Last night, 6-3 over the Boston Bruins. A Tage Thompson hat trick leads the way. 43 goals on the season. He also leads the NHL now with 36 even strength goals. He needs 7 in his final 6 games to reach 50. Sabres play tomorrow against Carolina. Alex Ovechkin breaks the all-time goal record, 895. He scores against the Islanders yesterday. They did lose the game. Big ceremony after the goal. Wayne Gretzky on hand as Ovechkin is now the all-time goal king. To college basketball, tonight is the national championship on the men's side between Houston and Florida. 8:50 for first tip tonight. On the women's side, UConn wins over South Carolina easily, their 12th national championship on the women's side in college hoops history. UB wins the WNIT at home over Troy for the first time in their history. In baseball, Vlad Guerrero Jr. reportedly signing a 14-year, $500 million contract with the Toronto Blue Jays will likely keep him there for the rest of his career. Brian Harmon wins the Texas Open. It is now on to the Masters this week in golf. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
Zubris spins. Ovechkin fires. He scores! Alexander Ovechkin, welcome on board.
Well, that is called pulling the trigger, and this youngster hammers it home. What a first goal for Alexander Ovechkin.
Neutralized 13 of the last 14 shorthanded situations against them. Strome crisscrossing with Chikrin through center. Send in Wilson on the flank. Cross ice, Ovechkin fires! Score! The chasing days are done! Alex Ovechkin is the greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL!
Joe Beninati on the call of both the first and the 895th. Alex Ovechkin, the new number one all-time in scoring goals in NHL history. If you were watching yesterday, maybe not ideal. It wasn't a primetime game. Maybe not. 12:30 start Sunday afternoon. I was watching.
Does he have a famous goal here at all? No, right?
No.
Does anything come to mind? I remember him putting his hand to his ear once.
Yes.
That's like probably
Sabres fans were booing. Era. Sabres were dominated. Yeah. That might have been the game. I was thinking when we were talking to Paul, there's a game here where Ovechkin played, and I feel like the post-game was he played so badly he wanted Boudreau fired or something like that.
Okay.
One thing about Ovechkin that you brought up just real quick about thank goodness he has a cup.
Yeah.
Because, the only thing that matters are our championships culture that we kind of live in sports.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it so Ovechkin is not number one in the crosshairs. Otherwise, half of today's conversation would be about how, who cares, he never won anything. Could he really be that good? Right. Gretzky won all these cups. He never even won a cup. And it's got me thinking of last football season. Here's Saquon Barkley with a chance to break a record. Mm-hmm. And what do?
They rested him.
Sit down. That doesn't matter. Nothing matters but rings. Nothing matters but championships. And
do you remember when was Tage 2 off the all-time record against Columbus a couple years ago?
In a game?
And Granato didn't play him?
I know, yeah.
That was a little bit of that. That's a smaller version of that, I feel like. But if he didn't have one, what would the debate shows today don't often talk hockey. They might be going, is it more impressive than winning a cup?
Right.
Like, does it cement his career without a cup? Is it enough?
Right.
It would be all about legacy today. Whereas today, there's no conversation about his legacy. Nope. His legacy is intact. He is the greatest goal scorer of all time.
One of the greatest players of all time.
One of the greatest, generational, amazing player. And the cup maybe avoids any nonsense. Or it would be, you know what it would be? Especially because they're in first.
Can they win it this year?
It would be, does he need to win it this year to kind of to justify whatever,
Yep.
It would be all about, all right, well, he's got to win the playoffs now. I mean, it would be cool if he wins in the playoffs. If he won the Cup this year, I mean, doesn't he gotta go out on top like that, don't you? What a year.
It'd be a good way to go out.
Yeah. And they need a banner.
Yeah. Well, they're going to put a banner up for his goals, no doubt.
Will they wait? Will they put it up beginning of next year? Well, they could put it up tomorrow night. They could have it made already.
Right, you know that. I mean,
well, you don't know the number though.
You don't know the final number, but
I think you want to wait to the final number.
You could just have a banner that's all-time leading goals. I don't know what you.
You could leave a space for the number until he retires, so that you know the final number. That it's most goals NHL history, and then it says 938
right
at the end of it.
Here's a question for you. Give us a call on Ovechkin if you want. If you're watching, how you felt about it, all of it. What is the next most important? And I don't mean like next is less important than Gretzky's, but next one to happen, because there's a million records. Some we care about a lot and know the number. Some we don't. I have a answer for you. I think on the. I mean,
this is not hockey specific, right? Because hockey's done.
All sports. What is the next one where it would be we all remember where we were when it happened?
Oh man, that's sad. The first thing that came to my mind is something that's not going to happen, but Tiger getting the major record was something that we thought about for years.
That's right.
But that's not happening.
My answer is, I want to
home runs.
No, I think that ship has sailed. Like I didn't even care about Bonds after McGuire and Sosa. I didn't care about Bonds
when
at all.
You remind, because I'm a kid when that happens, and I'm watching. But was the steroid stuff out by then?
They were doing supplements we knew they were on supplements that were legal.
When he broke the record?
When Androsteam, whatever.
Okay.
They were doing things that those were not against baseball rules. And then later it came out, there's more than that. So whatever.
Okay.
But what happened was, it was electric. It was every night, those guys hitting home runs.
Yeah.
And two guys in the same division. To have two guys chasing a record, and it's also different. Like with Ovechkin, we got to a point where, all right, he's going to do it. There's no way he doesn't get this done.
Right.
And when you're doing a single season race, here comes the finish line. You better get it done before the finish line. And that's the one record I would think of for this. It's an old school record. It almost never comes up. That's how untouchable it is. And that is DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. It never even gets challenged. A guy gets to 30. And we're like, uh-oh. And that's the kind of record/streak that you could be game 54. We're watching that night, and it's over. Okay.
Right.
See you again in 20 years, whoever's going to challenge this thing. That to me, that's the most unassailable record. No one's touching that. No one's come close. Did Pete Rose get to 41? 42?
Something like that.
It just doesn't happen. So there are records about getting to the mountaintop. Then there's the streak kind of records, and I just don't know what's left. Football doesn't really have any.
No,
we don't do it with football the way we do with other sports.
No, in the games, that does that almost water it down, make it less special. That like when they go to 18 games, they'll break records, and it'll be like cool,
right?
Immediately someone's in my face telling me how much per game they had. Right. But that was happening with Barkley. That was happening with Barkley when he was on track to break the record this year. And it was, but he had an extra game, and then we had to do it by carry, comparing him to what record am I even remembering? The all-time, the rushing record, right?
Yep.
For a season?
The single-season rushing record.
That one didn't... It's got to be, to me, all-time number one, those are the most special ones, in my opinion. And I don't see one that's breakable around. Hockey's done. Gretzky has 1,000 more points than anybody else. He's 2,800 points. Crosby's at 1,300 or 1,400. It's not going to be touched. The assist record too. Not that would even be that special. Is there a goalie record? All-time wins? Would that do it? Would that be one that would be special? Maybe not as special as last night, but close?
I guess. Even that. Wins. So maybe you didn't see this.
Fleury's going to retire this year, but he's
118 behind Brodeur.
Yeah, if he were 4 years younger, and he started getting close, would that be something we were tracking night to night?
It wouldn't feel the same. I mean, goalie wins isn't the same as goals to me. In fact, I saw the Devils tweeted out Brodeur.
These people over in Jersey
congratulating congratulating Ovechkin. Hasek on the brain for this.
Yeah,
saying from one goat to the other goat.
He said I think the exact tweet was like the goalie goat to the goal scoring goat.
Yeah, you're not the goalie.
The goal goat.
You're not the goalie goat, man.
Devils.
You're not the goalie goat.
He's not even.
You got the most wins.
Drives me crazy.
Not the goalie goat.
No. So but he does right. He has the most wins though.
Yep. So I don't really know. I don't know what the answer is for the next record that we care about the most. But the thing about put it this way for football, Josh Allen, what record would you like him to set? What record do you even know? Passing yards, touchdowns, rushing touchdowns for quarterback. He'll probably get that.
Oh,
is he going to get that this year? I mean, what else could he do?
He could throw the most touchdowns in a season. I think it's 55. Is that are we tracking that though the same way?
If he throws 55 in a season, then everybody really is going to eat. I mean, that's going to be a heck of a season.
And they've stopped running QB sneaks at the one. I think if they've done that, like that would be pretty good. I think no one comes close to that.
No, that's
Manning
right.
had 55 for the Broncos, right? Is that the record?
Yes.
I think it's 55 for the Broncos. And since he did that, but here's a good question: do you remember him setting it?
No.
Do you remember the build-up to him setting that record? He had it. That's not that long ago. It's within the last decade.
And Mahomes threw 50.
A decade ago.
Mahomes threw 50 in 2018.
And I have no recollection of anyone paying attention to whether he was going to break the record.
Right. It just even if you did, if somebody threw a 56 touchdowns this year in the NFL, it'd be cool. It would be great. I don't think it rates on the same level.
Someone on the YouTube chat said LeBron catching Jordan, and I assume that means rings.
In what, titles?
I assume that means rings. But then it's a championship, though. It's not.
It's just not the same.
I guess I get it. If he won this year and then won again next year, definitely right. It would all be about that. There's no question. If he did do that, the next title he would win, the sixth one, no one would care what the team is. It would all be about LeBron caught Jordan.
Yeah.
So I get that, but that's not one that he's 41, and maybe they win it this year, but come on, they're not winning two.
803-0550. Get some calls in, check the chat, check Twitter. Like the records, what's the next one? This is a big one. What's the next one?
It honestly, I'm not even lying. It could be this one again. In 10 years. If it's only Matthews. Matthews has to stay healthy. He has to play a long time. He has to be this good. But he is right now on par with where Ovechkin was. And goal scoring is actually
up a little.
Well,
from when Ovechkin started.
Yeah, no, it is. So it could be this one. It could be a decade from now. Matthews is approaching it. And that in 10 years, it would feel just as special, I think.
Dan in Ellicott Phil. Good morning, Dan.
Morning, guys. I'm calling from the old guy outpost. The two things I remember as a kid was Hank Aaron breaking Babe Ruth's record. NBC had the game actually on national TV, which was odd back then because the only games then were on national TV were Saturday afternoon. And that was amazing. That was actually more emotional later on after you learned about how much hate mail he got for breaking his record. And everything. And in hindsight, you watch people running on the field as he's rounding the base, to come home. And connecting the dots, wondering if there's some lunatic out there. Fortunately, nothing happened on the field. The other one I remember mostly locally is OJ breaking the Jim Brown's record, and that was different than this because Aaron you knew was coming and Ovechkin you knew was coming, but OJ was like you knew he was going to break Brown's record. He only needed 60 yards. But the fact that in just horrible conditions in Shea Stadium that he would get 200 to go for 2,000, nobody really anticipated that. So that two moments within that game when he broke the record, probably early second quarter, and then when he went over 2,000 yards, that was just an amazing time. So it's funny how moments like that as a kid stick in your memory more than as an adult. But those are the two moments that stick most with me.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I think like the McGuire one is the one that's closest to this for me. And past that, when did we turn on a game? Hey, tonight so and so goes for this entirely individual accomplishment. That's what's different about like LeBron and Jordan. Yeah. I know we do the rings culture, but that's not an individual accomplishment. It's halftime, and Steph Curry has 16 threes. Like, let's see if he can score 100. There's one. 100 points in a game. Like, that's not happening again.
No.
Right?
No, Kobe got the 81 15 years ago.
On 50 shots? Was it?
Yeah. Sure, that would do it, though.
Maybe it wasn't 50 shots. I take that back.
That would do it in the way, like, what this was me the other night. Ovechkin scored 2. He's 1 away. Oh, I gotta get to the game. I gotta get to the TV to see him break the record. If I knew someone's got 87 through 3 quarters in the NBA, every sports fan is getting to that game.
Yes.
It's going on ESPN. Luka is chasing 100. He needs 13 points in the last quarter to do it. Everyone's tuning in. But that's fairy tale land. There's no chance. Nobody is, maybe they'll say never, but I'd be stunned.
But there are different levels of fairy tale land. Like Ovechkin saying this record was impossible, which he did say. That's he probably won't play long enough. Turns out he will play long enough. 100 points in a game the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
And come on.
Right.
Just the style of the game. Yeah, I don't know. 803-0550.
This was, honestly, a couple of years ago, the Yankee fans did this, though. Yankee fans with Judge. It was a chase. It was interrupting college football broadcasts.
Yeah.
That's how into it they were. And that's the Yankees, and it's a big brand, so it registered nationally in that way. What was even the record? Was it the Yankee record, or was it the AL record?
Ends up being the AL record, I think.
The AL home run record?
Definitely a team record.
But not Major League Baseball record?
No.
Okay, so the AL home run record.
Single season, yeah.
Amazingly, the AL single season home run record was the last record chase that really got attention like the Ovechkin chase has gotten.
Yeah.
And so, okay, if that happens again, I don't even remember if he broke it. I just remember being mad about it. That's it.
Right.
Did he break it?
Yeah, he got there.
He got there?
He got to where he needed to get.
All right, so then that's not going to do it. And the other one that we had like this that has since been broken is the drought of the Triple Crown.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's a good one. Every year, if there was a Derby and Preakness winner, the Belmont was a big deal.
Yes.
And we've had that twice.
Yes. And that kind of... It would still be cool, and it would still be attention-grabbing, but not the same as when it hadn't happened for 40 years.
Yeah.
The first horse to win it, was it California? I don't remember the horse. There have been
American
two.
Pharoah.
American Pharoah did it.
Yeah. And then Justify.
So
2012 and 2015.
Okay.
We're on 10 years since we had one. But the gap from Affirmed to American Pharoah was big. 75 to 2012. 803-0550. I have a mock draft here that maybe we'll get to a little bit later, but Chad Ryder of NFL.com has the Bills trading up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I missed a lot of mock drafts, I'm sure, over the week.
You did miss a lot of mock drafts.
What did I miss? I missed mock drafts. I missed James Cook selling his house.
Listing
his house. The stadium steel beam going in, the last one, I missed that.
Did you look at the house listing?
No, I heard Chope and Bulldog talking about how there were a lot of cords underneath his TV.
Big controversy over not hiding his wires on his television.
Gotta hide them.
Yeah.
You gotta hide. Like our TV, it's the cords are in the wall behind it. You're not seeing any of that.
Yeah, you missed a little bit of the Cook stuff. Bean saying, we could get to it next year. We're on to the draft.
Yep.
Everybody else on the Bills got extended.
Yep.
Everybody except Cook. What else did you miss?
Tush push and the league owner stuff.
Yeah.
Sabres winning a million times in the midst of all this. Nothing crazy, right? Taron Armstead retired. I realized I missed that this morning.
That was Sports Thunder. We did Sports Thunder on the station for
Taron Armstead retiring.
24 hours around the clock of Taron Armstead retiring. Yeah. We got owners meetings, McDermott speaking on the tush push. That's one thing. Like McDermott being the flag bearer for the tush push now.
Yeah, which is... I'm sure that didn't make Eagle fans feel great, right? Because he's the coach that does it on the other team that does it.
Yeah.
So it's like, you can't really stand on, you guys just want to ban it because we do it. Because the easy counter to that is, okay, but they do it, and they're against it.
They're against it. But that's McDermott got himself in a little trouble when he was asked, well, if you think it's so dangerous, why do you run it? That's where...
What was his response to that?
A version of it.
Okay.
And that's where it gets into language, if it ever, gets to May and gets voted on. Tom on a cell phone. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Morning, guys. I think the other record that will never be touched is Nolan Ryan's all-time strikeouts.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 4,500, I believe.
Yeah.
The guys don't even pitch past 6 innings.
They don't pitch enough.
That's the big part of it. Yeah, Tom. That's a good answer. Nolan Ryan, 900 more roughly than Randy Johnson, and guys just don't pitch long enough now.
And he's 2,300 above Verlander, who's the active leader. Just.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, there's a lot that's unbreakable, right? Like that's unbreakable.
That seems it, at least, in the present day.
All the Gretzky records seem unbreakable unless you get a major shift in the sport. This hockey would have to become 6-5 every night. Yeah. For his other records to be touched. The fabric of the game would have to change drastically, or they'd have to go to 100 games, or some mutant plays until they're 55. That's it. Or those other records, the other Gretzky, I don't know. It's not bad for the sport, but he kind of killed any future chases. He's 1,300 points above anybody else. He was so good that, and I'm sure watching that was unbelievable, but he killed the all-time record chases for all time.
Yeah.
That there'll never be a day. As long as I live, I'm sure I will never see somebody chase the Gretzky point record chase. Never. It'll never happen. Yeah, he's so far and away above everybody else.
Think how good McDavid is, and it's not even in the conversation that he would challenge it.
I wonder what the math is on that. It's probably ridiculous. It'd probably be he has to get 100 points till he's 56.
Yeah.
Because Gretzky had 200-point seasons that are just not possible anymore.
803-0550.
Make the nets bigger.
The mock draft at NFL.com that includes a Bills trade up. We'll see if you like it or not. We've got 2-minute trivia also off the Sabres win last night, and more time for you guys to give us a buzz if you want. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres win last night, 6-3 over Boston. The Bruins dead last in the East. Sabres keep winning, especially at home. Tage Thompson, a hat trick. He's up to 43 on the year. Also tied for the league lead in even strength goals. Next up, Carolina tomorrow. Alex Ovechkin, now the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history. He got to it last night with a goal against the Islanders, .895 for his career over Wayne Gretzky. Gretzky on hand for the celebration after the fact. College basketball men's national championship is tonight, 8:50 for tip-off between Houston and Florida. Houston coming back from 9 down with just a couple minutes to go against Duke over the weekend. On the women's side, UB wins the WNIT for the first time in their history. UConn wins the national championship, 82-59 over South Carolina. It's UConn's 12th national championship on the women's side. Baseball, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is close to signing a 14-year, $500 million contract with the Blue Jays, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Off the left iron and out. 4-point lead for Buffalo. Left wing. Jenkins can't get a shot up. Buffalo has won the 2025 postseason WNIT championship. Becky Burke, bring out the scissors. Buffalo is cutting down a net in April. The UB Bulls defeat Troy 88-84 in the championship game in front of a record crowd. Sellout at Alumni Arena.
5,650 on hand. That's Jack Cruiser on the call. UB women over the weekend had a win at the NIT championship to beat Troy. Congratulations to UB and the UB women's team there and Coach Becky Burke. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Monday. It's going to be like kind of winter this week, but not as much spring. I think we would take this.
I was in the pool less than 48 hours ago.
I like this. I like this week.
Coladas.
I like this week's forecast better than I like last week, which was like 40 and it rained the whole time. So, whatever. We'll get through it together. But it's possibly going to snow. Sorry. You want this mock draft trade up from Chad Ryder of NFL.com?
Yes. How far away were we? 17 days?
17 days to the draft.
And that really snuck up quick. 17 days. Okay. What do we got?
We're getting, by the way, mixed in with this, players are accepting invites to Green Bay.
I saw Jalen Milroe was going,
yes,
right?
Which is a bit of a surprise. Jalen Milroe thinks he's a first-round quarterback. Matthew Golden accepting an invite. You're seeing players accepting their invites to be on the stage there in Green Bay. All right, so trade up at NFL.com. The Bills, with Chad Ryder's NFL trade or NFL mock draft, he did 5 trades. 5 teams traded up. The Bills trade up with, ready for controversy? Baltimore. Hey, Ravens, what are you doing? I'm going to keep it real. If I was in Baltimore, I would say, don't do that.
Don't answer the phone.
Don't trade with the Bills. Don't help them get what they want. Who do the Bills take at 27 in this trade up with Baltimore? Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden, 27th overall.
Ooh.
Chad Ryder writes,
a trade up for the receiver we've been waiting for 5 years.
And the price to move up those 3 spots in this mock draft is you trade down from the 4th to the 6th. So you don't give up picks. It's a double pick slide, which is exactly what the Worthy trade was sliding one way and sliding from the 4th into the 3rd. But Matthew Golden taken 27th overall. Does it matter who goes right before? Here's where you might not want a receiver. What if I told you that the 2 picks before, first off, the Chiefs traded up to 24 to take an offensive lineman. So outside of the Chiefs, here are the picks. Chargers go Boston College edge rusher,
Okay.
Donovan Iziriaku. Sorry, I'm working on that one still.
Yep.
Tampa goes safety Nick Emanwari at 23.
Okay.
At 25, Houston takes Oregon defensive tackle Derek Harmon.
Okay.
At 26, the Eagles take Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi. These are like the 5 guys
that come up the most.
They're 5 of the guys that you would say, all right, who do the Bills pass on in this mock? Again, these names: Mike Green, edge rusher of Marshall. People like him an awful lot. Malachi Starks is who the Ravens trade down and ultimately take. And Isaiah Bond also goes in the first round of this mock draft
really?
To the Rams.
Interesting. Because I've seen him go as late as the Bills' second-round pick.
Yeah.
We had a Texas guest on. I think you had one 2 weeks ago, CJ Vogel. And he was like, I think he's going middle end of the second round. Like, I love him to the Bills in the second round.
Yeah.
And that's been my favorite idea. So when you first mentioned Golden, trading up for Golden, my first thought is, I'm not going to be mad at that at all because I've been waiting for them to go for a speed receiver like that. He ran the fastest 40 or one of them, and that'd be great. I've loved the idea though of just give me Bond in round 2. Give me the other Texas receiver in round 2. They ran a slower 40, but some of the tape stuff is really good on him too. And Vogel also told us that he was surprised that Bond didn't run the faster 40. But if he's going to go long before my second round pick, then all right. Golden, you had Joe Marino on him last week, right?
Yep.
Like, it's not just the 40 time. Like, he is a route runner. And he can play on the outside, and he can play on the inside. Like, he should just be a good all-around receiver.
Yeah, Joe's take on him was basically, because I think I saw Matthew Berry Fantasy Life called him a big mystery in the draft because his time was super fast. He doesn't show that on film. People kind of don't know what to get out of him. And Joe Marino's thought was, like, if they don't see it on film, good. Because I do. Yeah, see it from this guy. We'll see. But defensive tackle, corner, still plenty of that think it'll be defense. And safety is, of course, always in the mix.
How surprising really would it be if they did that?
It would only...
Should we be stunned? I mean, it is a year of everybody eats, and their offense is mostly coming back, but not entirely coming back. They have a couple receivers that are gone and only one coming in. Investing another premium asset in a pass catcher like that might be surprising to some.
Yeah.
I mean, I would even be, I would say I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be, I don't know if I should be shocked by it, but I wouldn't bet it that they would go receiver like that and prioritize receiver, especially where they would be thinking, all right, we not only like this position enough, we like it enough and we like the guy enough that we got to go get it. Not just it falls to us.
Part of what I wonder about the receiver idea is who's got input on it. Who is it? Josh Allen and Joe Brady? Is it Bean? Is it McDermott? Is it the wide receivers coach? At the end of the day, the GM makes the call in the early parts of the draft.
Sure.
You lean on the scouts much later, but here, this is the team we want to build. And I'm not saying this in any sort of snarky way. I see a draft profile of receiver X, and it says his numbers aren't that big because they spread the ball around a lot. I think, would the Bills target guys like that? That, hey, we think he's good. He was part of an offense where everybody eats and nobody stands out, and he's not going to put up a stink. Like, I wonder if the Bills would seek out a receiver, second round, fourth round. Oh, no, he could have done more. He did what he was asked, and when he's asked to do something, he does it. Because there are a couple guys like that where the numbers are not that impressive. Golden's actually one of them. Like, he did not put up monster numbers really at all.
No. 1,900 yards in 3 years.
It's not a lot, really, at all. So there's that. Then there's Joe Brady's offense, this yak offense. After Daboll, they decided, we got to change. If Brady leaves, will they change? Do they change? Do they decide, now we want to be this? Now, because there would have been a decision to go away from the Brian Daboll style of offense to Ken Dorsey first, and then Brady ultimately gets it to where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Who decides to make that change? Snap your finger, we're doing something different.
Well, that's the ebbs and flows of the league, too, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not just what coach is calling the plays for you and what is he like and what is he kind of known for doing. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Joe Brady was like master of the yak plays before he got to Buffalo. He was at LSU and then in Carolina, where his number one receiver in yardage and targets was Robbie Anderson, who's just running down the field. Yeah. Like, there was downfield elements all over the place with his history, but then he got here, and did he do what he always wanted to do, or did he kind of react to the way the league was going into what teams were doing to the Bills? Which is, okay, we got to do more of this around the line of scrimmage. We're going to design it this way to the running backs. And if he leaves, I'm not sure it even really matters. It could matter in terms of how successful they are, but what will their blueprint be? Because I'm interested. How will they get defended this year? What's a defensive coordinator going to do watching a full year of the Bills just throwing the ball around the line of scrimmage and it working? Shakir on screens and Cook and Ty Johnson. What are they going to do to that? Are they going to start daring teams and daring the Bills even more? Here, throw it down the field. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You didn't seem to last year. Here.
It's the shot that
dare you to do it.
You kind of can't hit that shot. And there's two parts of that, Joe. There's teams that'll be bad on defense that can't stop the Bills.
Right.
And then there might be teams that have press corners on the outside that really can.
It's a good question, too. Like, the too high safety shell is the popular flow of the league defensively.
Except for the Bills. The Bills saw a lot of cover one.
That's right. And that's maybe where, if they drafted Golden, I bet we'd hear about that immediately. It would kind of be like, okay, that was just kind of sitting there under the surface. That makes sense. That teams did not do too high safety to the Bills last year. They went one high, and maybe they already were reacting to, you want to be a yak team. We don't think you want to throw it over the top, and we don't think you'll be that good at it if you do it, which was true. They were 26th in efficiency on downfield passes. So if the Bills did what this mock draft is, which is they trade up 3 spots and they draft Matthew Golden, who ran a super fast 40 time and had a big year this last year at Texas after not having much before that. What would the immediate explanation be? It's, they expect teams to dare them to throw it deep, and now they want to be able to do it. They didn't have it last year.
Right.
They had guys that could win jump balls, but they didn't have somebody that got open down the field. That would be a very quick explanation if they were to do that, and I think a lot of people would get behind it.
How about that element of Baltimore? Should Baltimore help the Bills?
No, they shouldn't. If I'm Baltimore, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even, if I were the Ravens GM, I'm in front of both of these teams, I'm not taking the call from the Bills or the Chiefs.
Absolutely not. Same.
And if I am taking the call,
just take a call from somebody else.
Actually, maybe I would take the call and just play along with them just to wait, because how long is the draft clock? You got a finite amount of time. They're trying to get up and move up for something.
Actually, that's a good idea. Get them on the hook till the last
second. Get them on the
second.
phone. Keep the conversation rolling. Every second they spend on the phone with you is a second they can't spend on the phone with somebody else.
That's right. CJ in Buffalo. Hey, CJ. Oh, is CJ there? No, CJ. We'll put you on hold and try to go back to you in a minute. Did I put him in the wrong? Did I do something wrong here? Maybe I did. Who knows?
I mean, it lit up green on my screen, which usually is the good color for this.
Let's see if we can get him back.
Yeah.
How about now? CJ.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Hey, so maybe I'm just thinking outside the box, but I see it. I think we need to go offense early, seeing as though in the past we've went defense so often that I personally think if nothing changes, nothing changes. And with Sean McDermott being such a great mind on defensive scheme, at least in a regular season, with players getting hurt and you making the next guy step up and actually play decent, it doesn't change anything, because in the playoffs, every team scores at least 28 points on us. Why not go offense? Your best player on the team is a distributor. Give him weapons to distribute the ball to. That way it's harder to defend it. I don't think, like Joe spoke, I think last week or week before, about Josh Allen being more or regressing on him throwing or having turnovers. I think it's more of the offensive coordinator controlling that. Dayball had a lot of deep routes that, high risk, high reward, and this is more of a controlled offense. He's scheming people open. Let's use that. I would love Isaiah Bond on the other slot position opposite of Shakir. That gives you one more thing to worry about, because now you have speed at slot other than somebody that's just going to break every single tackle and is yak. And I think it helps a lot and opens up for even Kincaid. Yeah. I would go offense. That's just me.
Thanks, CJ. Their last 2 first picks of the draft, not like first round, because Keon Coleman's the first pick of the second round. Their last 2 first picks of the draft have been offense, which broke a 4-year streak of the first pick being a defensive player.
Right.
Not that is anything that's scientific, but just they drafted Allen, and 6 drafts since Allen, the offense has taken the backseat to defense in 4 out of 6.
How much do we? They're human beings. Bean's a human being. How much does that actually factor in? What they've done the last 2 years, because the way that football people talk about trusting in the board and trusting in the process, the way football people talk, them drafting 2 offensive players with their first pick in each of the last 2 years should mean nothing to their board and what their draft prep is for this draft. But I'm not saying it does mean nothing. They know.
Yep.
They know what they've done. Bean knows in that moment when he's got to make the selection. He knows what he's done in the last 2 years. And you might have to fight the urge to say, even if Golden was your top player on the board, or it was like a tie in grade between him and a defensive end, would you? Maybe it's a tiebreaker in a situation like that. I wonder how true that, because in fantasy, I know that's true of me, is if I've got something over here and I've already done a bunch of things at that position, like I could easily go, Ty goes to the position I haven't done yet.
Right.
And is Bean someone that would do the same thing in that moment, or do you fully just I block it all out? This is one draft, and I'm blocking out what I've done before.
Right. Do your decisions. Does your own? I'm going to use the word ego here, not to describe him as some sort of problem, but I take it one step further. Why do GMs say we love to draft and develop and sign our own guys? Answer: because when you sign your own guys, you look good.
Yeah.
Some reason it's better if you have your own guys. So, again, it sounds a little cynical, but to sign Bernard, Shakir, Rousseau, Benford all in the same offseason, the Bills have a great offseason because what? They're signing their own draft picks. That makes them look, first off, they are deep. They've got good players. They sign their good players. They're proactive on that. And if you're Bean, every time you sign a draft pick to an extension, your draft pick was a success. Bang. That's 4 you nailed. You did great on these 4. And Cook wants a contract. So we're up to 5 almost in one offseason. 803-0550, 2-minute trivia coming up. But I did learn today that in 2006, 2007, Pominville was second in the NHL in even strength scoring.
One away from Vinny Lecavalier.
I didn't know that. All right, still one left.
Rene Robert?
Correct, twice. Those are the other 7 to have scored 40 multiple times for the Buffalo Sabres. That's your 2-minute trivia.
McGillney didn't score 40 twice. He scored 76, and what was his second highest? Half?
Not 40.
Wow.
Because I saw this, I think Sabres PR put it out, and one of the first comments was, McGillney didn't do it twice? And he did not.
Yeah, McGillney scored 76
39.
in 93. He scored 39 the year before, 32 the year after.
He did score 39 the year before in 67 games.
Okay.
And 32 in 66 and 30 in 62.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, we're going to break in. We have a very fun conversation about NFL relocation, potential cities, and naming those teams, because what's more fun than doing that? So stay tuned. Next hour, we're going to get that for you. And get more of your calls. Sam's on hold, wants to talk about tight ends. All right. I'll get mad on a Monday, Sam, if you want. I'm kidding. We'll take your call when we get back.
More
Davis.
Live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres get another win at home where they've been dominant as of late, doubling up the Bruins, led by a Tage Thompson hat trick last night. Tied for the league lead now in even strength goals. He has 43 total on the year. He needs 7 goals in his last 6 to reach 50. Next up is Carolina tomorrow at KeyBank Center. We'll have that, of course, here on WGR. To Alex Ovechkin, he is now the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history. 895 goals scored yesterday against the Islanders, just past Wayne Gretzky. Gretzky there for the ceremony afterwards. UConn wins the national championship on the women's side of the bracket, 82-59 over South Carolina, their 12th national championship. UB wins the WNIT this weekend at home. Tonight is the men's national championship. Houston and Florida get going at 8:50. Brian Harmon wins on the PGA Tour this weekend. We are now into Masters Week. Practice rounds beginning today at Augusta. And in baseball, Vlad Guerrero Jr., who had contract disputes all offseason with the Blue Jays, is reportedly closing in on a 14-year, $500 million deal to stay in Toronto. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
Last year and the year before, I've been talking about long-term contract, guaranteed money, things like that. And it was discussed with me in a meeting with my agent that we would get something done this year. So that being said, last year, go out and play to the level you have, we'll get it done. And that was communicated with me this year. It's going to get worked on. And they also reiterated that at the Combine. So that just kind of clears the air on that. Moving forward, the happiness of my camp, they're more than welcome to call me. I've had my same cell phone number since high school. Open line of communication is always open with me and my agent, so if they have anything they'd like to discuss, we've been nothing but willing to listen.
Trey Hendrickson on his battle with the Cincinnati Bengals to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
He's not been traded. I don't know if he will be.
No. Could be a draft day trade.
That's right. He's good. He's very good.
During like round day 2, maybe, Friday night. Bills have 2 second-round picks.
We've got draft parties. I took a picture of and tweeted out one of the flyers for our draft party at Resurgence. Thursday, we'll be at Resurgence for round 1 of the draft. The theme of the party is make a pick, Bills. Last year, they didn't. Right. So we owe Resurgence a pick. Come join us. It's $45. All you can drink. There's pizza. Come hang out all night. Plan accordingly. Drive safe. All that good stuff. But come hang with us. Big party. Going to pack the place on Thursday. And then night 2 will be at Wayland. And that's the Bills have 2 picks in the second round. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
In both cases, you and I will be there with microphones saying, here's what they should do.
And then they probably will do something else.
That's right.
Because it's hard to narrow down what they'll actually do.
That it is. So join us and make your plans. All right. 803-0550. Sam waited through the break, talk a little bit about some NFL stuff, some Bills stuff. If you want to give us a call on Ovechkin, the all-time leading goal scorer in the NHL, we spent a lot of time kind of going through that and, significance, all that. Sabres win as well. But we're going to follow up on that Cincinnati Bengals thing with what we think will be a fun exercise coming up in a few minutes. Sam on a cell phone. Hey, Sam.
Hi, guys.
Go ahead.
Hi. How's it going?
It's good. You're up.
All right. So, yeah, I've been thinking mostly defense, like a lot of people for the Bills. To tweak the offense first, I'd like a little more production out of our tight ends. I know Kincaid was injured for a little bit, but 3 touchdown catches from both of them. We got to have more. I'm hoping Kincaid has a breakout year. Offensive line, I think it's a top 10 offensive line, maybe even top 5.
Yep.
Both in sacks. To give Allen a little credit because he's so elusive, sure. Keon Coleman, man, I really like the guy, and we want that jump ball guy, great hands, good route runner, great attitude, but, geez, we could have gotten Xavier Worthy. We really could have, and that seems to be the Chiefs guy, and he actually was the difference maker in that game, in my opinion, in the AFC Championship. Mostly defense, but I'm worried about running back, as everyone else is, do we draft a running back in the second round? I don't know. Dude, it's a lot to ask what he's asking for, which is around $15 million.
Yep.
I know he had 16 touchdowns. But do you guys think mostly defense? Do you squeeze on a running back in the draft? Is there anything else in free agency? I know I'm throwing a lot at you. But I agree with you. I don't want to mess with the Ravens, just like we shouldn't have messed with the Chiefs, in my opinion.
Thanks, Sam. That trade was the Ravens trading down and the Bills trading up. And I'm just saying I would not – I'm keeping it – it's not just that the Bills made a mistake. I would not trade down allowing a team that I'm chasing to get better. I just wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So running back I'm not worried about at all, by the way. The Cook contract is interesting and what they'll do, but I'm not worried about running back. Even if they don't – if Cook isn't there for some reason week 1, I'm just not going to be worried about it. The tight end question, though.
There was an update. Did you see the update from Rappaport with McAfee?
No.
So, okay, let me just give you the quick update on Cook. Because Ian Rappaport was on with Pat McAfee, and he laid it out a couple different ways. He said that negotiations are not in a good place.
Mm-hmm.
He will play this year, and that the Bills want him in their future. So, basically, he wants to be here. He will play this year. I feel like that's an early indicator on the Cook thing. But he could make you think he's not going to. But Rappaport was he'll play. They want him in the future. Negotiations are not in a good place.
Okay, so the wanting him in the future is a little different than where my mind would be, which I guess that's fine. To me, play him this if he's going to show up. If I got no qualms or concerns about him showing up to camp and playing games when September starts, then I can just play him this year and then I'm good. No, I don't even need a franchise tag. Just take the compensatory pick.
Right.
You're going to get a 4th-round pick, maybe even a 3rd-round pick. If he goes and gets a big contract somewhere else, I'm good. I don't need to re-sign him at 27 years old to a new contract or whatever he'll be. Get the most out of him you can, and if he wants to start making things ugly, then you could change your strategy. But if he's not, then I'm just playing him. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking to the agent. I'm not talking to about contract.
I'm just sitting over here wishing the Bills would stop being totally okay with good offensive players leaving. Because we got that one. We got this one here, which means we don't need anybody else that's good. That seems to be a little the mindset of some of the fan base. And Diggs leaves. All right, that's fine. Then Mac Hollins leaves.
But
okay, I'm stretching it a bit here.
I was going to say that's a
he
big
led them in
stretch.
touchdown catches and was important.
All right, he was the worst receiver in the league on 20-plus yards of air throw, whatever, air yards.
Right, and that guy was elevated, and they loved him, and even he was like, I'm out of here.
Okay.
So now Cook's going to run for 1,400 yards and 12 touchdowns, and you're going to be like, all right, see you later. Ray Davis is ready for this job.
Look me in the eyes, though, and tell me that replacing James Cook isn't 1,000 times easier than replacing Stephon Diggs.
Oh, I understand that. I just am ready for them to attempt to replace Diggs.
Yeah, replacing Diggs could take years. New England's been trying to do it for a decade, trying to find a receiver like that Now they got him not washed up, but off an ACL injury because they're so desperate to find that player. Maybe the Bills find their way to another guy of that level, if they even want it. It's not easy to get a guy like that. Running back, I can just pick a guy anywhere, and it always works. It always works.
Always?
Yeah, if you find your way to somebody.
You just replace your James Cook with Devin Singletary. How's that? Now I got a fumbling guy. Who was Singletary?
I'm not saying
Singletary was part of a different offense. Singletary was an offense
right.
that was going to pass the ball all the time, and he was going to get it occasionally and never wow anybody and fumble.
And they were great.
They were great. I know.
They were great the whole time.
That's because passing's more important than running. But that's okay.
That's right. But if Ray, Cook's a good running back, a very good running back. He is a better running back than Ray Davis. I think if Ray Davis was their running back this year, they'd still be one of the best offenses in football and be picked to go to like the AFC Championship game.
Right.
It's more to me about the position and the replaceability of it. And you enter the league in your prime. That's another part of it. Like rookies making contributions at that position is a lot more likely than you get at other positions, especially from where they're drafted, right? Like a lot of these running backs, where did not Sean Tucker, he's the Syracuse guy, who's the Bucky Irving?
Yep.
He was a rookie last year. What round? Like 4th, 5th round? How many years? There was a guy named Sincere McCormick who just showed up at the end of last year for the Raiders, undrafted. He's pretty good.
Is he though?
He makes it. These guys make impacts though, even if they're not that good, which is part of the position. If I have the perfect infrastructure around that running back, the Bills have it with a great offensive line and a great quarterback, then
how
I should get pretty good production from anybody.
Then how come Ray Davis's yards over expected is so far behind James Cook's?
Because he's not as good.
Right. Cook is a top 10 yards over expected running back in the last 2 seasons. You have the great running back in the great ecosystem. We just watched 2 teams in Philadelphia and Baltimore have the ecosystem and go get the stud running back, and it worked. And in this scenario, we're saying, we got the perfect ecosystem. Here's what we should do. Get rid of the great running back. Other teams are using it as the final piece. I think it is important for the final piece. I don't think it's that hard to replace. I'm kind of with you on that. It's much easier to replace than an actual true number 1 receiver. No dispute there. But I don't know how long the certain number of Bills fans that live in this, Josh will make everybody better. Right. That's true of the top 5 quarterbacks in football. I don't want to be the only team that acts like that's enough. The other teams take their great quarterback and say, who can we get to make him better also? Again, I do think the Bills want that. They've drafted Kincaid and Coleman, and Cook is electric. They do want players to take the load from Josh Allen. I just don't appreciate, or I can't get with the segment of the fan base is like, oh, no, just get rid of that player for the next Mac Hollins again. Because he just elevates everybody around him. Like, no one should force Josh Allen to live in that world.
Yeah. See, it's harder. It's tougher for me to get behind the running back making the quarterback better than it is the receiver. The receiver, to me, it's obvious and it is easy to see the impact that a guy like that can make, how much easier the quarterback's job can be. Allen, part of why I think MVP is deserved for him last year is how many of those throws, especially the downfield ones, that he had to make where the guy is just not even close to... Think of the AFC Championship game. The touchdown throw he makes to Mac Hollins at the end of the first half. Mac Hollins is not open. Allen made an insane pass. And he's good enough to make those passes, which is why they make the AFC Championship anyway. But that's not to say you shouldn't want a guy that's 3 yards behind the defender where, okay, Allen, you've got some margin for error. And I don't see that same type of impact from running backs on the quarterback and helping him to get this offense to the number 1 offense in football, which it's capable of. So, I don't know. Like I think Cook is good, and I don't think he's completely meaningless to the offense, but I just think you can replace him still, especially in this draft. That's a big part of it to me, too, is the idea that, he's not getting traded. If Cook was going to get traded, if Dallas called today and said, we'll give you a 3rd-round pick for him,
I would not take it.
I would run to the podium and do it because this is supposedly a great running back class.
No. The Bills have 10 picks. You want a 3rd-round pick, you get one. You're already going to get one free when he walks away. I need him this year. He's on the team this year. I'm so eager. I'm going to dump him for a third.
Yeah.
My offense that does not have explosive players outside of him, I'm going to dump him for a third in Josh Allen's prime window. For a pick?
I think I'm getting a running back. The chances are really good that I'm getting a running back that is giving me similar type of impact.
Then do that next year. Why am I in a rush?
Well, you're not going to be able to trade him next year.
No, next year
he's not on a contract.
Next year he's going to use the third-round pick and take the guy. And I'm going to get a prime year of James Cook, explosive running back, top 10 yards over expected. If you don't want to sign him, all right, I just wouldn't be in a rush to say, let's tear a little more away from this offense.
But I'm not tearing. I'm seeing it. I'm subbing it out. I'm not tearing it away. I'm replacing him with a running back in a class that is supposed to be a great running back class.
Supposed to be. You're going to third-round running back in this class and just going to walk in and just be James Cook. How about Audric Estime in Denver? How did he do? How about, look at all the running backs that we...
Yep, right. It doesn't always happen.
You just fall in love with the idea. How about Jonathan Brooks? Oh, this guy's going to... How about Trey Benson? These guys were highly drafted running. I mean,
but you're picking guys out of a running back class that was terrible.
That's right. You have your Bijans and your Gibbs and your Bucky Irvings for sure. I just don't need to be in a rush to create that hole. And, hey, it's a Josh Allen prime year. Let me add to the number of things that I need to happen. Well, first Kincaid's got to stay healthy and start producing, and then Keon Coleman's got to get his head on straight and be ready to go because we were disappointed in him. And then hopefully Josh Palmer fits in the offense. And, oh, by the way, now I got to go to my top running back. I hope that this rookie kid is ready to come in and make a difference. I just want to give Josh Allen bankable other players that are good and feel like it's not asking for the moon.
I just don't need one of those guys to be a running back.
No, you don't need to sign him. If they don't sign him, I'm not going to be all in a tizzy. But
my favorite outcome my favorite outcome for him is he plays this year. There's no problems whatsoever, and then he walks for some giant contract the year after somewhere else, and the Bills get a compensatory pick. That to me is the best outcome. You want the bankable good player this year in a Super Bowl window. I get him for that year, and then I could go find my way to replacing him after with a rookie. But eventually, I'm getting a rookie. Like in my scenario, I'm not ever replacing him with a big money running back elsewhere, and I'm not paying him. I want to be investing that money in other things in the offense that are going to make more of a sizable impact. I think the Bills' run game is going to be fine almost regardless of whether he's on the team or not.
Well, that's in part because they're going to commit to it, and they need it to be good, right? They're really obsessed with it. They're going to go 6 offensive linemen a lot, which they're very good at.
That's right.
So, yeah, they're going to provide... This kind of ends up being the Allen point all over again. If I've got a piece that elevates the rest of it, in this case, the offensive line elevates the back, Allen elevates his receivers, I want my team to have players that elevate each other. And not just say, I'll just get a plug to go in there, and because my ecosystem is good, it'll work out. Because you're not trying to just get a good yards of efficiency, and I just made up a stat there. What you're trying to do
yards over expected.
Sure. I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. And that's going to come down to individual plays and great players and great moments. And had the Bills found a way to beat the Chiefs, it would be in no short order because of James Cook in that game. James Cook was great in that game. In the AFC Championship game. In fact, one of the takeaways was, why wasn't he on the field? Who was? The other guy.
But we have a good answer to why he wasn't on the field.
Because he doesn't pass block.
Yeah.
Not a good enough answer. Not a good enough answer.
Allen, I mean, is it not a good enough answer? Like, this is a big reason why I bet he's not signed.
It is not a good enough answer. Who pass blocked on the final play? Nobody.
Right.
Nobody blocked. Who cares how good you are?
That's right. But that's a big reason why I think there might be a holdup. As to what, like, he is not.
Right, he's not an every down back. That's right.
He's not an every down back, and he wants to be paid like an every down back.
Well, they drafted him to be what he is, and they grew him into something real nice.
Yeah, they did.
But he's not right. He's not an every down back.
He had to pivot though, or they had to pivot. Right. Like he is not, and I think that's fine. You might even say it's more valuable. He's doing well in a role that they didn't really have pegged for him. In fact, the blocking. It's kind of interesting that they must have thought he would figure it out because they drafted him to be a passing down back, And, man, you were never – that's probably a big reason why he doesn't play as a rookie. Because what was he in their eyes at that point? He was a passing down back. I wonder – just kind of going into this now. The fumble got blamed the whole time, right, as to why he didn't play as a rookie. Mm-hmm. He got fumbled on the first carry of his career. That's why he didn't play for like 6 weeks after. Was it that, or was it he was in their eyes a passing down back and they kept seeing him not block?
That's probably right.
And maybe that's why he was never on the field. And he doesn't ever get on the field until he starts doing something else, which has become the great, efficient runner that he's become.
Right. It's the guy that it's, to borrow like the Ovechkin thing, he doesn't do it all, but what he does well enough that he needs to play.
Right.
Now, Cook is not Ovechkin, so don't tweet at me about that. Thank you.
We got to a James Cook Ovechkin comparison.
Hey, it's timely. Do what we can here. Bill in South Florida. Hey, Bill. Bill. No Bill.
Which Bill?
Oh, Bill in South Florida.
Bill.
How you doing, guys? Good
What's
morning. Welcome back, Joe. You didn't miss a lot. Yeah, welcome back, and happy belated birthday to Sal. I knew it was his birthday. I didn't call in. My question is, Jeremy, we're doing this quarterback running back situation. Who's more valuable?
Oh, I'm not doing that. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Okay. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not a 49ers fan, but I look at Purdy and then I look at McCaffrey. Now, who's more valuable to that team? Is it the running back or is it Purdy?
It's Purdy.
Okay. With McCaffrey's stats?
Yes. I mean, the quarterback on every team is more valuable than the running back on every team. More important, yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, to Jeremy's point, though, Bill, like, McCaffrey missed last year, and the team didn't win, but the dude that replaced him was also amazing. Like, Jordan Mason stepped right in and became an asset.
Was he amazing, or was he just pretty good?
Go look at those yards over expected number. I think he's pretty high on that list.
Yeah, you're right. He was top 10 in yards over expected. He ends
700-plus yards.
Yeah. He was 5.2.
Before McCaffrey came back.
5.2 per carry.
But anyways.
Joe's exactly right. I will give that to him. The other thing, Jeremy, you brought it up about these things you like to reminisce about. Now, I won't go into it. I was there in Shea with OJ. No big deal. But I was living at the time in St. Louis with the Sammy Sosa McGuire thing.
Oh, nice.
Now, and it was a nice era. But because of the steroids, the asterisk on their records, it's kind of diminished in my mind.
Yeah.
Because I don't, and Rafael Palmeira, et cetera. And here's a fact that you guys might not know. There's a warehouse in St. Louis that they had a statue of McGuire, and it's in a box, in a crate, and they were going to erect it in Busch Stadium. However, because of the steroid era, it's still in the box in North St. Louis, and it sits there, and the people would not erect it because of that reason.
Wow.
Now, I'm just saying, I remember that era. I'm 66.
Yeah. Bill, tell me if I remember this right. You were there, if you were there in St. Louis, because I was trying to tell Joe how this worked. Again, the steroids, and we all kind of thought they were on steroids, but we knew they were on substances that were not banned by the league. So at the time, it was kind of like, hey, they're hitting home runs, who knows? But it wasn't exactly like it wasn't outright in the open, everybody is on steroids. That came a couple years later, like 3 years later.
You're correct. Okay. And I read the book about Barry Bonds from himself or his trainer or whatever about what occurred during that era. I read that book.
Yeah.
I don't remember the author, but he was on steroids, and I don't care what anybody says. And Sammy Sosa and Rafael, and but I don't. It gets hazy. It gets more hazy in my life because I don't. At the time it was great. I mean, I loved it.
Yep.
But as years go by, and also off the facts, remember Bill Romanowski?
Yeah.
He used to carry around an attaché case full of all his drugs.
Yeah, that was back in the era of like the cream and the clear, and I forget the trainer's name. Thanks, Bill. We got to get to a break here. Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, it was a time. You know what it reminds me of, Bill? As you say, like I'm inclined to say they should put that statue up because baseball. There are plenty that think that baseball willingly knew it and thought, "Who cares? We're saving our sport." They had the strike in '94, which was super damaging to the sport. I'm pretty sure it's '94, a player strike, not lockout, but strike. And the season's canceled, and baseball's trying to come back, and the home run chase in 1998 took over the country. That was a big deal throughout the months of July and into August, and it would have been September 8th that he broke the record. I know that because it's 9/8/98 was the day. I think that he hit number 62. Might want to fact check that, but I'm pretty sure it was 9/8/98. Anyway, the story was it saved baseball, and baseball ultimately had its. I mean, maybe it really hasn't had its day of reckoning with steroids because we're still having conversations about who belongs in the hall and who doesn't. You know what it reminds me of, Joe? A college football basketball program that wins a championship and 5 years later, they voided it. It doesn't count. Like, yeah, maybe it doesn't count, but I lived through it and had a good time. Yeah. And if you want to talk about your record books and this and that, is it Memphis who voided a Final Four? Somebody had
Memphis, Memphis and the Michigan Fab 5 banner got taken down.
Right, those were all vacated.
Yeah, USC had all that.
Yeah, like okay, I still watched it. It still happened. So, that can be tough to kind of square. Thanks, Bill, for the phone call.
Especially baseball because it's so inconsistent. Like A-Rod admitted to doing. Well, actually, A-Rod lied about it and then admitted to doing steroids and just it's forgotten about him. And David Ortiz and there's other guys that are all the Mitchell report, right?
Right. I mean,
it's not just those two, but not those two. There's that group. The first guys, is it just McGuire, Bonds, and Sosa that take on the heat of the whole thing, even though it was a lot of other guys that we just kind of ignore?
Yeah. Right. It's the guys that hit the most home runs that caught it the most. If you hit 12 home runs and batted 284, you did steroids to do it. No one's coming for you. Anyway, all right, we got to do our Cincinnati relocation game, which is going to be fun.
Yes.
You can give us a ring if you want, 803-0550. It's Masters Week. That's exciting, too. I'm wearing my Augusta-based quarter zip.
Are there azaleas on it?
No, these are all...
I don't know that.
These are all tiny little flags in the corner of a green. It's called the Sunday Pin.
Okay.
This quarter zip Sunday Pin. And, of course, it's got some green and some yellow in the collar. Anyway.
I need some azalea gear. There's enough of it out there.
There really is.
Every golf company that you can find has an azalea collection.
An azalea collection.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to break in. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Has anybody ever put Masters highlights to NFL music? I think it would be good.
No, but I think
just picture. And
if you follow Ian Hartitz on Twitter from Fantasy Life, I feel like he could be someone that would do this. He loves putting any highlights behind
just
prime
picture
music.
Berman doing it. To 16, McElroy, 150 out. Sticks it to 3 feet. He would make the putt. Go to one first back. I mean, I think it would be good.
Really? I think you could. It's a drive. Back. They could do this music over any sport, couldn't they? Someone should make a YouTube video of all Ovechkin goals, but just primetime music in the background.
I like it.
That'd work.
All right, so we've got a fun game to play. Because if there's something we like to do more than anything, it's give new professional sports teams names and mock the names that they actually choose.
Yeah.
It's really in the DNA of this show. So we're going to do that.
And usually hate all of them.
The latest on
ones that they actually do.
Right. The latest on Cincinnati. The Bengals are threatening to leave Cincinnati, kind of.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like the first step of that.
We could leave. We could leave if we don't get a good lease.
Mm-hmm.
Could leave as soon as next season.
Well, how old's their stadium?
The
Paul Brown Stadium?
I don't know.
No, Paycor Stadium.
Paycor
Stadium.
Paycor Stadium currently basically underwater, by the way.
Is that right?
Flooding going on in Cincinnati,
really?
yeah.
2000.
All right, so old. It's kind of old. 25 years.
I went to an older stadium this weekend in Carolina, which is 97 that it opened, and I was surprised how nice it was.
Bank of America Field? Is that what it is?
Bank of America Stadium. The Panther statue, by the way, pretty big.
Pretty big?
Buffalo.
So how many Panthers?
There was just one Panther
one
statue.
Big Panther statue?
At least at the gate I was at. Maybe there's one on each gate. I don't know.
So I received an email, updated odds on where Cincinnati would move to.
Where the Bengals would move to?
Yes.
Well, maybe not the Bengals.
That's right. They was to change their name. I don't think they're going to become the, I don't know, what's on this list. So we gave Josh the list of potential relocations, and we will knee-jerk react, name the team if it went to said location.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to read these in best odds to worst odds here.
Okay.
So we're going to start off with St. Louis.
Storm.
Archers.
All right.
St. Louis Storm. Oh, Rams. No, they can't be the Rams.
Yeah, right.
Why not?
Because the Rams exist. You can't have two Rams.
Bring it back.
The Blue Rams.
That would be
the Orange Rams. You could keep the color scheme.
What else would they be? They already have the Cardinals there.
St. Louis Arches.
I mean,
that's what'd you say?
Archers. I'm into
Archers.
All right, what else?
Archers. Yeah.
Well, this one says Austin/San Antonio, so I don't really know what that
Those
means.
are two very different cities.
The Austin
Antelopes.
Austin Desert Cats.
Riggs.
Austin Riggs?
I don't know.
Sounds like a third baseman.
It does. Yeah, I take it back. I don't like it at all.
You got some better San Antonio ones?
San Antonio.
Sidewinders. What's the name of
I like that.
That's pretty good.
San Antonio Stallions keeps coming to mind. I don't want to do Stallions for every S city, though.
What was the San Antonio World League team?
Oh, I don't know. The World League. What's
World
that,
League
the
football,
90s?
San Antonio Riders, San Antonio. Yeah. All right, what else?
Salt Lake City.
Oh, we just did a lot of this. The Hive. Or the
Buzzy Bees.
Just wear pink. That's all I want. A team with just a little bit. Come on, the pink Salt
Lake.
Lakes.
The Salt Lake Buzzy Bees.
Or you could go Utah.
What did we like for them? Because they're going to pick Mammoth.
What if they picked Mammoth? They got ahead of the hockey team and just announced Mammoth.
The Utah Hockey Club. We play football. It's really, that's like Bodie McBoatface.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, what else?
Oklahoma City.
The Twisters. Oklahoma
City.
See, is football, though, Twister sounds like a hockey team or a basketball team.
Right.
Football. No, Twisters. Twisters is fine.
The Oklahoma
The Wranglers.
Hold on. Sorry. I had to do this. I checked up the state bird.
Yeah.
And we're going with the state bird.
Okay.
The Oklahoma City scissor-tailed flycatchers.
In.
Yeah.
Lengthy, but I like it.
Who we playing tonight? Oh, the STFs.
Wait, what is it one more time? The scissor tail flycatchers?
Yes, the OKC STFs.
Right. With the 6th pick in the 2028 NFL Draft, the Oklahoma City scissor. I'm Goodell on the stand. I've already lost the what are they called? Scissor tail flycatchers. Select.
What's the Oklahoma State animal? It is the American bison.
Can't be them. The Bisons? I guess it's available.
I mean, it kind of is.
The Oklahoma City Bisons.
All right, what else?
The Bills the Bills could have a legal fight, couldn't they?
I believe so.
They could put up a fight on that.
They could try.
Toronto.
The Mounties. As anyone that's if you've ever moved a franchise in Madden
Mounties.
for 20 years has never changed the names. In franchise mode,
Vipers, Mounties.
And there's one other one, yeah.
Bulldogs, I think. If it goes to London.
That's London. But, right. You want to move a franchise in Madden from 2005 to 2025. You move them to Toronto, and the number one name, you only get 3 options, and one of them is always Mounties.
Wow.
So Toronto Mounties. Argonaut. They probably do Argonauts, wouldn't they? Just change the CFL name.
Mexico City.
Highlanders.
For Mexico City?
It's very high. It's like 8,000 feet.
Oh, really?
It's like the highest city in the world.
The altitude is high.
One of them.
Mexico City's altitude is 7,349 feet.
Mexico City. I think I'd want something in Spanish somehow. You know what I mean?
Conquistadors.
Yeah, sure. There you go.
I don't know.
We've got a lot of names on this list, by the way. There's
a lot of
tons
cities.
names in there. Yeah, Orlando's up next.
Solar Bears.
Love it. Love Solar Bears.
That's an ECHL team. To take it. The Orlando
Breakers.
Does Disney own the team? Is a good question.
Don't sleep on the Orlando Breakers. The Orlando Breakers, I believe, were the fictional NFL team that Coach, what was his name? Coach Craig T. Nelson played Coach on the television series Coach with Luther. What was the coach's name?
Don't know.
Hayden Fox. Hayden Fox coached the Orlando Breakers. Okay, next.
Does Disney have like a Mighty Ducks equivalent for football?
Little Giants? No.
Remember the Titans, but that's
Titans
taken. Titans is taken. All right. Airbuds.
We've got Memphis up next.
Memphis is gonna be the
Showboats.
I want like something like distilleries, something like that.
Oh,
Showboats.
Memphis Showboats. They were a team. They are a team in the UFL. Just take that.
What about the Memphis Mustangs?
All right. These are all teams listed in the odds to take the Bengals from Cincinnati.
Cities, yeah.
Louisville.
The Boxers. Named after Muhammad Ali,
Sure.
but the logo is like a boxer, like a dog.
The Louisville Colts is taken. Sorry.
Yep.
The Louisville Thoroughbreds. No, that's not good.
You want to do something after horse racing?
Yeah. I think so.
The Jockeys.
The Louisville.
That's bad.
Anyway.
Is it bad?
They're all bad.
Birmingham.
Bats.
Oh, that was quick.
I don't even know what that is. Was that a team? Might be a
Birmingham
team.
Bats?
The Birmingham Fire. No, that was the Rhine Fire. Who was Birmingham in
Rhine Fire of the of NFL Europe?
Birmingham had an NFL
the Rhine Fire still exists.
A World League team. Birmingham's World League Birmingham Fire, yeah.
All right. That's an easy one.
Yeah, they played in Alabama.
Okay.
London. Monarchs. I just like all the World League names.
Yeah, you're just the London. I won't take what's my favorite Premier League team name?
Toffees.
The Hatters.
The Hatters.
The Toffees. Let's go. Everton.
Yeah, Toffees
Come
is
on.
pretty good.
San Diego.
Gulls.
That's taken. AHL.
I know.
Listen, if you're the National Football League, you're not stopping at the American Hockey League. You're getting that name. You just pay them. San Diego, it can't be the Chargers. It's a big Navy city, right?
It is.
Do something naval, like
Fleet.
One of those leagues had fleet. It already had
AFL,
fleet.
the AFL.
Yeah.
Oh.
How about
AAF, I think it was.
Yeah.
There's so many of them.
Anybody else left?
Yeah, we've got 4 left. Rapid fire here. Ready? Oakland?
A's. No, it's bad.
The F's?
The Oakland.
The footballers.
Oakland football. I mean, Raiders, of course, they would want that, but of course it's being used. If Vegas ever switched, but they wouldn't.
They've lost other teams, haven't they? Golden Seals.
Sacramento.
The Sacramento Sequoias.
Little Rock.
Little Rock.
Stars.
And Honolulu.
They'd be the Little Rock Stars.
Wow.
Little Rock Stars.
Didn't pick up on that.
I don't know why. Honolulu. The Honolulu
Volcanoes. That's probably too easy.
Diamond Heads.
Okay.
Diamond Head Trail, I think, is yes. Diamond Head's a volcano in Hawaii on Diamond Head State Monument.
And then quickly, not listed there, Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk wants the Bengals to go to Chicago with the Bears to go in on a stadium together. What if they went as a second Chicago team?
Great idea. And by that I mean horrible idea.
The Cubs are taken.
Grizzly Bears.
We have the Bears, and then we have the Grizzly Bears. It's a horrible idea.
Yep.
Chicago couldn't support it, so they have 2 baseball teams.
All right, before we get to Extendo Sports, I have a question for you. My wife just asked me this question. What time is the Masters on Sunday? Because I said to her yesterday, I'm like, by the way, what's going on Sunday? Not much. Okay, the Masters. And the question is, what time is the Masters on Sunday? Correct answer is?
The correct answer is to put
yes.
Eight. Yeah, yes is funny. Like 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
It's got to go later than 5, doesn't it? Don't they finish at like 6?
You should almost put it in bracket like somewhat interested 8 a.m. to 10 to 11 a.m.
Right.
Probably would like to be in front of the TV 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Absolutely must be in front of the television 2 to 6. Yeah, you almost got to tier. You had a tier rank the windows of Masters this week.
Yeah, I wrote back all day.
All day?
Yeah, all day.
The whole day. It's like a football Sunday.
Yeah,
it's like a football Sunday where there's a London.
The
game.
Leaders will tee off at 2:10.
Right, and so they're going 2:10 to 6.
Yeah,
you're right.
So
you probably need till 6.
I need 1:30 till 7.
Yeah,
to be safe. The Masters. Let's go. It's going to snow this week, and we're going to watch golf in Georgia. That'll be fine. All right, Extendo Sports, and we'll pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR.
on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Hey, join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. June 28th. Once you join our team, you receive an email to pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. Also, tune in the pre-draft special. We're 10 days away from that, 17 days from the draft. Thursday, April 17th from 4 to 6:30. Live on YouTube, we'll stream it. It'll be on the airwaves, of course. Bringing the latest insights, mock draft predictions, insider information, guest appearances. The show presented by your Upstate Honda dealers. Visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today for excellent deals on the entire Honda lineup, including the all-new Honda Passport. That's it for us. Houston or Florida?
Houston.
Do it for Jim Nantz.